Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku became Cyborg assassin and fell for Yorha? Part 1. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button, and there's a new hype feature in YT, so please hype this video. This story is born in blood by _King Azrael, H. Hurts. A hoarse, crying voice called out between sobs, echoing from wall to wall in pitch darkness. A 9-year-old boy sat against the wall, hugging the smallest, darkest corner within the small room he lived in. Nose stinging with a vile smell, lungs filling with dust as he took small shallow breaths. Knees tightly pressed against his chest, the boy kept repeating the one word he could choke out. Hurts. 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 His small balled fists tapped against his head. The noise was loud, too loud. The yelling hurt his ears, his head. It hurt. It hurt. I third. The sobbing continued as the young boy's eyes looked through the darkness of the room. From wall to wall there were scratches, almost animalistic looking, all markers of his escape attempts. As for the door, unlike the walls, the door's scratches were marked with blood. Some old, looking and nasty dull brown, but more recently were the ones covered in still wet crimson liquid. He had tried again, not that long ago, but like every other time it only ended in failure. He wanted to be where the light was. He didn't want to be here anymore. Body quivering, the boy closed his eyes as if trying to escape the enclosing darkness. His balled fists unrolling, revealing chipped and broken nails. Long skinny fingers snaking their way through a field of snow-white hair. Grasping tightly, he tried to curl his body more. Ignoring the searing pain of doing so, his head continued to pound, continued to scream. He pulled and pulled, trying in vain to tear his head off, his movement causing him to hit the wall repeatedly. As though someone were to knock on a wall, his head kept moving back and forth. Nails digging into his scalp, hard enough to draw the slightest amount of blood. He tried to claw the things that hurt his head. Still that didn't stop it, the yelling getting louder and louder. No. No. No, his voice raised in a wailing sob. He couldn't keep it quiet. They'd be mad, but it hurt. No hurt. He screamed, his ailing body squirming in both discomfort and pain. He could not hear anything anymore, not the rapid banging on the door, nor the sound of his head hitting the wall, only the yelling. I said, quiet down. Don't pretend you can't hear me. The yelling was replaced by another voice. Meekly the boy's eyes opened all before he scrambled even further into the corner, eyes filled with fear as he clawed the wall. Mad. Mad. They were mad. No hurt. If they grabbed him, the hurt would come. He knew this, and so he clawed even more, the wall in front of him streaking with blood. His attempt was quickly stopped. A large hand grabbing his wrist. The fact light had flooded the room failed to register. The boy only focused on the hand that grabbed him, trying in vain to pull his arm away. His skin a sickly pale, bones almost showing through, all while bruises and brown dirtied bandages plotted themselves over parts of his body. Back covered in vicious burns, chest covered in scars, and the flesh of his ribs tinted a strange black. Bracing his feet against the floor, he pulled even greater, his chest rising and lowering rapidly. Each breath coming fast. His thoughts screaming. He didn't even see who it was who grabbed him. He only knew that he had to get away. Opening his mouth, the boy bit down onto the hand holding him, drawing a small amount of blood. He succeeded, and almost instantly he dove back into the corner, teeth gnashing as he looked to the figure's feet, much like that of a dog. His body trembled, and for a moment the pain he was in did not exist. Gah! You little shit! The voice got louder, more mad. It was only then that he looked to who it was. In that instant the boy froze, tears appearing in his eyes. He couldn't breathe. No. Man. Mad. He knew the man. It was him who hurt most. His broken thoughts only giving an even greater fear. Head tucking into his arms as he fully turned, pushed his head into the wall. Back showing, he quivered, hoping that punishment wouldn't come. But his hopes were quickly snuffed. His ankle grabbed with even greater strength. He was hoisted from the corner. Clawing at the ground, he again tried to escape as the grip made his pale skin turn red with irritation. Biting me? You must have lost your mind. The man bellowed with rage. His strength growing stronger and stronger before unceremoniously tossing the small child into the brightly lit room. The boy's eyes tried hard to adjust, the light blinding him. Closing his eyes, he braced himself as soon after a boot heel was placed against his back. He cried out in pain and his tears increased with each twist of the heel. Still they seemed to make the man even madder, the pressure increasing all while a small snicker could be heard somewhere away. For a second the boy's eyes looked, and as soon as he caught a glimpse he cowered, her green hair falling past her shoulders while her forest green eyes held something similar to that of amusement. Not that the boy could focus on her, not when the blond man above him continued to push his weight onto his back. Not listening. Biting me. Who do you think you are? He asked question that the boy couldn't know how to answer. He really didn't hear him. He didn't mean to bite. Sorry. Sorry. He called out trying to stop the man. He could only keep repeating the word more and more as the heel left his back. Curling up he kept yelling. Sorry. Sorry. His speech broken, missing several parts as he continued to speak. No mad. Sorry. His sobs causing the snicker to grow louder until it resulted in full-blown laughter. Head throbbing the boy kept speaking in his hoarse voice and only stopped when the man spoke again. Quiet. Hand raised the man held something he wasn't before. A brown leather belt, the metal plate attached covered in old blood. The first glance was enough for the boy to scramble. Arms going to cover the back of his head. The belt whipped downward with extreme hostility. The boy cried as the buckle cut into the skin of his back, the lashings he received only increasing with each scream. Then as if it were her turn the woman stepped closer, in her hands the belt although lighter struck at his head and at his fingers. It only took one strike to cause his hands to fall in pain, leaving his head unprotected. There was no mercy, all the woman would target was the top of his skull. At the attacks the screaming inside only grew louder and louder. His head throbbed and the back of his head was quickly covered in blood. His thoughts scrambled and his teeth bared within his tucked body. Hurts. It hurts. It hurts. A voice so loud. His body trembled even after the attacks had stopped. With his hands he covered his ears trying anything to stop the voice. He didn't want to listen. He didn't want to talk with it, it was too loud, it always screamed at him. Even when he closed his eyes it would speak. It would scream. Yell. It hurt. Despite his punishment being over the boy could not hear himself screaming out loud, though everyone else had. The man and woman looked on as he screamed for dear life, head digging into the floor as the boy pulled on his ears. There was no sympathy in their looks, one held disgust. The other amusement. Not that the boy would be able to tell which. After the first few blows his vision had gone blurry and he could barely see the floor beneath him. Eventually his hands left his ears and began scratching at floor. His breathing growing rapid, chest getting hotter and hotter. Jaw clenching harder than ever before, a low growl tearing from his throat. However that was quickly quieted. It was swift. A single kick was enough to cause the air in his lungs to leave. Dry heaving as he laid on the floor, tears streaming from his eyes. The blonde-haired man shook his head, all before a large smile split his face. Izumi sweetie. Was it too loud? Izumi. That was the only name the boy knew. The only name the man or woman said without yelling. It was as though a switch had flipped in them both. Immediately when their green-haired, blue-eyed daughter made her appearance known they were docile, gentle, wrapped in warmth. Turning his gaze upward, he could see her. A young girl 2 years younger than he was, on her face a small smile. She looked exactly like them, especially those eyes. Closing his own the boy kept heaving, capturing air was harder than ever before. Moving his body was even worse. With wheezing breaths the boy's body began to curl, anything to make himself smaller. It was always like this. Forced to watch as the pair left him on the ground, only to envelop the girl in a large hug. With a single eye opening he watched the scene, breath hitching with each passing moment. If he made a noise they would go back to hurting him, still he couldn't help but whimper a few small sobs. Such a thing couldn't go unpunished, the pleasant conversation the trio were having paused. It took only a second for a hand to grasp his hair tightly. Ah! Yelling he reached upward to hold the man's wrist. His body dragged along the floor. No, he didn't want to go back. Not to the dark. The door grew closer and closer. He couldn't see it but he could tell. At this the feeling returned. Teeth gnashed, his feet kicked wildly at the floor below. It did nothing, not even making the journey longer before he was tossed back into his home. With a slam the door closed again and the boy could do nothing but lay there, head dripping with blood. He couldn't even move his body nor could he distract himself when it started to scream. The feeling the boy had woken up to was cold. Eyes fluttering open, he could feel it. The liquid that came from underneath the door. Tongue out, he lapped out whatever it was. The taste was metallic. His blood had mixed with it. Still he drank what was offered to him. He could hear the chuckle from the other side of the door. The noises he made trying to devour whatever the fluid was causing the person behind the door glee. As soon as he licked any remaining drop, the boy retreated back into the corner, letting the screams continue. He couldn't stop them. As he sat, a voice came from the door. The words becoming a jumbled mess that he could not understand. Whatever they said was drowned out by his own voice. No. Street. Up. His head still throbbed violently. Nails scratching into his skin while his voice failed to capture his words. For hours he sat there listening, speaking, to no one but himself. There was no indication he heard the movement from beyond the walls. The shuffling of furniture or the preparation of food. Smell eluded him, not that it mattered, he was already occupied. Teeth gnawing at his own lip. Already he had drank something, but he had yet to be fed. The hunger, the pain. Why? He could neither answer or ask this question. His head hurt too much for him to be able to. His chest burned too hot, his skin crawled. Again came a low growl from his throat. Through his hazy vision and the darkness he glared at the door. And this time his growl was allowed to continue. His throat ran dry and sore, but he did not stop. Back pressed against the wall, he continued to stare. His trembling body only conveying that he was still alive. That was when he heard it. It was loud enough to cut through his growls. Happy birthday, Izumi. Happy day, Izu. Am I? He repeated what he heard, but again the words only came through a jumbled mess. Hey. Ha. A few laughs echoed from his mouth, though the reason was unknown. Eventually the laughs quieted down, and with it the door to the closet swung open. Perhaps for the first time the boy wanted to turn away from the light. Eyes stinging in pain and head throbbing once more. He tried to cover his eyes, but light still leaked from the middle of his fingers. Soon he wasn't able to hide at all. His wrists wrapped around with something, his ankles too. The sensation caused him to panic. Reaching down, he tried to gnaw at what kept his hands tied, but quickly felt a pain resonate through his face. His gnawed lip being bit down on by his teeth, opening a large gash and filling his mouth. His struggle stopped when he was dragged forward. There was no strength to be found, and the light that even pierced through his closed eyelids began to cause his chest to heat up once more. Fists clenching at the irritation. While dragged sound came from every side, yet he could scarcely hear any of it. All just messes of words which had no meaning. Ha ha. Ha. Broken up laughter that attacked his ringing ears. He hadn't even realized he was on the floor. Limbs bound, he could only lay outstretched. He could no longer curl up his body, hide his head, he could only stare at the brown wood beneath him. Izu. Shish. Ka. Again words spoken, none understood. Only 3 pairs of shoes standing in front of him before. A scream came from his mouth. The feeling was recognizable, burning. Extreme burning. Hot enough to scorch his fragile skin on contact. He could only vaguely recall the one who could do it. Red, blonde. Only 2 colors were what he remembered. No name, no face. Then cold. So cold. Who? Not even his thought could finish before the pain became too much. He cried, wailing, his skin cold. Pins and needles probing at his nerves, piercing through flesh. Again he tried to remember, why? Te. BL. UE. Anymore, and his head began to throb violently. Laughter, so much of it. So loud. Feet, fists, crashing down on top of him. N.O. Who? RT. He wanted it to stop, for the pain to stop. Heart thumping rapidly as they didn't relent. The air that was already hard to take in becoming even harder to capture, coughs coming in between the screams. Chest crushing, limbs aching. He struggled, the binding on his wrists and ankles cutting into his skin. N.O. Hurt, his jaw clenched, more than the pain, he wanted to. He could only see an inch past his nose. He waited, his body waited. As soon as he saw something get closer to him. His mouth opened, teeth bearing with saliva and blood. The only thing he could do was bite. Teeth clamped down hard. A scream resonated within his ears. His mouth joined with hot liquid, and even more as his jaw tightened further. He could feel it, teeth tearing through something soft. He pulled away as fast as he could, taking what little he got with him. In his mouth was something soft. Hunger. He tried to chew, but before he could, his entire body flipped over. A large hand gripping his throat roughly. Hose. Now, you, bast. Air and words failed to reach him. He choked on his own spit. What he had bitten was gone from his mouth. He only tried to struggle, his bound wrists going upward to scratch whoever held him. Another scream came, but that did not stop the hand on his neck. The pressure growing stronger and stronger. His legs kicked wildly, body convulsing as he tried to move, eyes leaking with tears. Pain. He wanted to get away. Those thoughts ended when his vision was darkened. A gasp of air. Alive. Vision covered in dark. Ears ringing with the patter of something above him. Up, up. His thoughts beckoned, yelled. He moved, his throbbing head hitting something above him hard. Covered in darkness, he moved his hands, still bound together. His teeth, once more. He tore through the dark veil. It was a garbage bag, the black shiny material tearing with his teeth. A putrid smell assaulting him. He raised his hands, pushing what covered him up. His strength didn't allow him to do so fully. He could only see a small opening. No other way. He crawled, squeezing himself through the smallest gap. A growl emanating from his throat as he dropped down and onto the wet floor. Rain pelted his nearly naked form. It was cold. Even with hands and feet tied, he crawled. Forward, forward, forward. Pain, hunger, he crawled. Neck irritated, hurting. Voice now a husk of what once was. Finally his hand rested. It was hard, brown, sleek. A shoe. The rain stopped hitting his head. Eyes drooping slightly while his hand clenched around the object. A man with one eye stared down at him. A smile on his face. He survived. It was cramped, knees tucked into his chest, shoulders squished against his sides. There was no light, no air, he suffocated. There was no bindings on his arms or legs, he struggled, wiggling, moving. He had to get out of the dark. He had to get out. He barely moved. Still he placed his feet against the flat surface, pushing, kicking. Had to get out, had to get out. The air was thin. He was moving, chest rising and falling and rising and falling. He looked unable to close his eyes, teeth grinding against each other. His body still hurt, head pounding and screaming. Before the movement stopped, the bumps, the sliding, it all stopped. He could hear the clicking, the crunch, the stomps. Someone was moving closer. Then the air, the light, it all hit him at once. He looked, his body covered in white bandages, head wrapped tightly, only small locks of hair squeezing between the gauze. The area around him unfamiliar, grass and large trees littering the entire space. His heart thumped loudly within his chest, threatening to burst. He could hear a light rumble behind him. He moved fast, eyes looking to the two men that stood before him. Their clothes unlike any he had seen before. The two men wore military fatigues, however there were no insignias that divulged which military they belonged to. Their eyes uncaring as they stared at the child in front of them. They did not speak. The soldier on the right grabbing his sheathed knife that sat attached to the right shoulder of his vest. At the blade's appearance, the boy sitting, scooted backward, eyes narrowing. His body trembled. He was afraid, however his small fists clenched. That was all before the knife was tossed at his feet. There was little hesitation. Grabbing the handle, the boy took the knife in hand. His gaze never left the soldiers. His mind had completely shut out. There were no thoughts. His body only moved. No words came from the boy's mouth, but a low constant growl came from him. His throat burned. His hand clenching tightly around the knife's handle. He waited, listening as the soldier on the left's radio crackled to life. It was an unintelligible mess. The very noise making the boy place his free hand against his head. He backed away from noise, a rise in his chest warming his heart. It was loud. His head throbbed even more. He hated it. The pain. His grip grew even tighter, and for a fraction of a second he had moved, the tip of the knife pointing towards the soldier's direction. Bang. His approach was stopped. The other soldier held a pistol. Barrel smoking. The ground in front of the boy sporting a new hole. Despite the fact the noise had nearly ruptured his ears, the boy could recognize the danger. He slowly backed up, watching the gun. A minute passed before the soldier had stopped responding to the radio. The soldier looked to his comrade before shaking his head. The bag the pistol-wielding soldier held in his other hand was meant to be given to the boy. Inside, water, rations, medical supplies and a map, all of which, by the order of the radio, would not be given. Instead, the soldier shot at the ground in front of the boy again, this time not stopping until the boy was forced to turn and run into the large rainforest that surrounded them. As soon as the boy left their line of sight, the pair re-entered their vehicle and soon left. All he had was the knife in his hand. The boy stalked through the brush that littered the ground before him, his bare feet covered in mud as he moved forward. There was no sense of direction, he only knew that going back wasn't possible. The pain and hunger that coursed through his body failed to go away. Each movement hurt, and as he passed through bushes full of thorns, small cuts had began littering his body. The forest was entirely different than anywhere he had ever been. The bugs that clung to his body, the thick mud that restricted his movements, and the noises of the ever-moving rainforest. The boy had forgotten that the idea of blinking had existed. His eyes as he walked constantly moved. He watched the tops of trees, the path in front of him, the grass below. His chest had yet to calm down, his breathing rapid and quick, hand gripping the knife as if it were his lifeline. Despite the pain of his head, he did not stop to hold it. His body screaming that the idea wasn't good. Despite the air being fresher than that of the dark home he lived, he still couldn't find comfort. His hair stood on end, chills ran up and down his body. Hands shaking, each noise that he heard in the forest surrounding him causing his eyes to dart off in different areas. Watch, listen. The instructions flowed through to his body, no delay, only the screaming voice directing his body. There was no time to stop, eat, or drink. He could see berries littering the foliage around him. Animals did not eat it, he would not. Still, the hunger pains that hit him only an hour after his march forward began to corrode his inhibition to eat the berries. The sun, which had been high just moments ago, had began to fall. His vision would quickly be snuffed out under the darkness. The thought terrified him, but he could not linger on his fear. In the distance he heard movement in front of him. He quickly dove into a nearby bush. Whatever wandered near him was not friendly, he was sure. His eyes fell onto a small girl, her hair dark blue in color, the white shirt and shorts she wore covered in dirt. Hair disheveled. Over her left shoulder a large bag was resting, strap tightly fitted. In her right hand a knife like his. She looked far better than him. Her skin was healthy, and other than her dirty appearance she seemed okay. The boy bit down on his lip, the gash which had been there leaking a small amount of blood into his mouth. He watched as she crouched down. With sticks placed in a pile she paused with a small pant. She began to dig into the small bag, pulling out a box. Her small fingers grabbing a small stick, and after moving her arm, he saw it. Light. A smile appeared on the girl's face while the boy's fist clenched harder. Hya! There was scream, he could not see it. A shadow pouncing from the bushes behind the girl. On the ground she continued to scream, a large jaw clamped over her neck. A long slender body covered in fur and brown spots. A paw with 1-inch claws pinning the weak girl down. The girl kicked and struggled, crying out, "Mommy! Mom!" Crack. The noise faded, the animal's jaw having clamped tight enough to snap the girl's neck. Letting go, the animal licked its paw, not minding the spilled contents of the bag that littered the floor around it. It took a moment before the animal clamped its jaw once more on the girl's head. The boy watched as the animal began to walk, dragging the body with it. A hand covered his mouth, trembling, eyes panicked. He could not make a noise, he could not stay here. As the animal continued to drag the body, it stopped, its head raising, nose sniffing the air as its eyes looked in the boy's direction. It was enough. The boy moved his foot, snap. A branch on the ground. The animal growled, he could not think or move. The knife in his hand almost falling, he turned, he had to run. Doing so, however, was a mistake. The second he appeared out of the bush, the animal leapt. There was no way to outrun it. He could only raise his left arm in order to protect his neck. He had seen how the girl died. It took only a second for an unbearable pain to appear from his arm. His thin skin and malnourished bones were not able to stand up to the pressure of the animal's bite. Taking him to the ground, the boy cried out in pain. The animal's teeth, flayed him with ease, his unprotected body the target of the animal's claws. It was by sheer luck that the paw had not ripped him in half. The power behind the strike was enough to fracture his ribs, the claws digging into him. Blood pouring from the wound. His bloodshot eyes looked at the animal, fear coursed through his body, but he had no choice. Looking for the knife that dropped from his hand, he felt through the thick mud engulfing him. He was dying, he would be eaten. Kill, kill, his entire being screamed. It was either him or the animal. Fear and rage swirled in his chest. His head, which was being unraveled from the bandages, pulsed. He found the knife, hand grabbing the weapon by the blade. The razor-sharp edge cutting into his hand, still he thrust it forward and into the animal's shoulder. The animal, angered, bit down harder, breaking more of the boy's arm. Still he did not stop. He plunged the blade in and out, still holding it by the blade. It cut further into the base of his fingers and palm. The animal had eventually let go of his arm. Still he did not relent despite the state it was in. He forced his arm up and for his hand to grab the animal's fur. His knife's target changing to the animal's neck. He sliced through the fat and muscle and into the veins. Blood pouring over him as the animal fell down, its voice crying, limbs moving to crawl away. He moved, he climbed on top of the animal, finally adjusting to hold the knife correctly. He dug in deep, stabbing the animal in the chest, plunging in and out rapidly, his demising strength causing the wounds to get more shallow. Yet despite the exhaustion and blurring vision, he continued. The smooth stabs soon turned to squelching, the fur becoming a bloodied mess. Arms coated in the hot thick blood of the animal. Ha ha. His head began to hurt once more, a hollowed laugh coming from his mouth, the pain in his bloodshot eyes only worsening. Eventually he stopped, the pain becoming too much. His chest, head, arm all hurt. He stood unsteadily, placing the handle of the knife in his mouth as he cradled his chest. He went towards the bag, before digging through it and the ground next to it. He paid no mind to the dead girl, instead he took all she had. Most were items which held no meaning to him. He had little idea what they were, he only recognized the bandages from how they looked. He ripped the packaging open, applying gauze haphazardly, quickly wrapping it around his body, sticking whatever he could against his chest. Even he knew leaving them alone would not be good. His body shivered, his pale skin going gray in color, eyes drooping. He had to stay awake, he had to leave the cold, the dark. He scrambled for the box the girl had been holding before she died. Most of the small sticks had been knocked out, covered in the thick wet mud. Not that he paid it mind. Grabbing one of the 3 remaining sticks inside the box, he began to copy the girl. He pushed the sticks he found into a small pile, before he struck the stick and with it a small flame flickered to life. After this he could only guess, his hand moving to the sticks, lighting the rest on fire as the 2 made contact. The light began to grow and soon a warm washed over the boy's bleeding body. Although it would have been the greatest opportunity to sleep, he moved once more. With the girl dead, he began to covet the food she had. They were small bars. What they were he had no idea. The smell wasn't dangerous and it actively made his mouth salivate. Taking the knife out of his mouth, the boy's hand still covered in blood brought the food to his mouth. He ate as much as he could, his hunger alleviated but accompanied by the pain of swallowing. His stomach hurt for a different reason, his breathing struggled as the boy cuddled his body close to the fire. Finally his eyes closed with his body quivering throughout the night. A line of monitors filled their sights. Nearly over 100 soldiers all sat in front of screens, their eyes dancing from location to location. Behind them stood one man. His body clothed in a thick brown trench coat, face covered by a gray-tinged beard. The man gazed at the monitor directly in front of him with his one uncovered eye. A small grin on his face, as he read the erratic heartbeat monitor. His ear overtaken with a report given by his subordinate. Day 1. 28 reported casualties. 9 injured. 47 alive. Sir. 28 on the first day. The man scratched his chin, he was unconcerned about the deaths. More would die as the days dragged on. Still he placed his hopes on 2. His eyes switched monitors. One featured a small girl, hair snow white, clothes only faintly dirtied. Her bag slung over a large tree branch as the girl herself slept underneath a pile of leaves, knife at hand. The other, well, it was no coincidence they met in that alley. He had been watching for a long time. the son of Toshinori Yagi and Inko Midoriya, older brother of Izumi Yagi. The forbidden son of the number 1 and 14th hero. The boy's living conditions were abysmal, abused every day, living in his own filth with only small amounts of food and water to keep himself alive. The old man had been there from the start, keeping tabs on the family, cameras and microphones placed within the house whenever they were away. For years he had watched the nameless boy. He could have stepped in within the 5 years of abuse, but he didn't. He watched as the boy broke, watched his mind crumble. All because he had seen it. When a name, identity, and intelligence are taken away from someone, all they have left is instinct. That day and this night had only proved him correct. Despite the environment, he bit a chunk out of his sister's leg, also that he may have the chance to live. Plunged into a foreign place with nothing but a weapon, he survived a death sentence against an animal bigger and stronger than him. Instead of expressing sympathy, he robbed the dead body of a child the same age as him without another word. The man was right to withhold the supplies from the boy despite the risk. He had gotten his hands on something special. An animal who would fight, no matter the fear, the risk, all to survive. The only problem was that an animal like that was hard to tame. He looked at the sleeping child before he glanced at the white-haired girl. They were the opposite, yet similar. Both knew how to survive. He nodded, before tapping the shoulders of the 2 men responsible for monitoring the children. Those 2, they'll report to me if they survive. His words carried enough weight, and without question the soldiers saluted the man. He had a plan, those 2 only need to live. 6 days had passed. There had been more encounters. His body streaked with wounds, all of which were covered by bandages that only an amateur could apply so poorly. Hands riddled with blood, one knife lodged in his mouth while a cracked blade was held in his right hand. Left arm dangling to the side, skin almost entirely purple. His feet moved unsteadily, scratches on his sole causing pain with each step. Eyes drooping, body exhausted and shivering. The violent rain that pelted him not strong enough to wash the dried blood that clung to him. He had lost the bag that he had with him a few days ago. 2 days no food with only the rain to quench his growing thirst. The fire that stormed inside his chest, raging onward. There was a noise that despite the pouring rain, the boy had quickly become aware of. Radio static. Despite the pain he moved, hiding behind the nearest tree. His ears tuning out the noises of rain as he raised his knife. He could hear it, the small squishes and plats of boots against mud. It got closer, and as soon as he saw the man he rushed forward angling his knife. He aimed for the man's throat. It was instant, and the boy found himself staring at the sky, his wrist locked within the grip of the soldier's hand. Any more pressure and the man above him would break it. The knife that was in his mouth forcefully taken out. It was a fight he had no chance of winning. The man placing his left hand against the radio on his chest spoke. One confirmed. It was short, and soon after the man spoke a boot planted itself against the boy's face. He had quickly succumbed to the darkness, only to then wake up with a startle. Cold water washed over his body, his arms hanging above him. The mud, blood, dirt all being washed away as the strange concoction of liquid escaped into the drain below. He was too tired to struggle, to fight back. Those around him were not those he could win against. Still, that did not stop him from baring his fangs. For minutes the soldier sprayed his naked body with water, his wounds reopening in the absence of bandages. Though that was quickly stopped as the water began to fade. Shivering, he felt his mouth being covered, a cloth strip being placed within his mouth held tightly as a third soldier quickly examined his body. He could do nothing but watch as his wounds were cleaned out, the stinging of alcohol against his gashes, the tight wrapping of his broken arm, all while he could hardly close his mouth. After that, there was little respect. Wrapped in a small towel he was pushed forward, the bloody footsteps he left in his wake proof that only the most severe of his injuries had been taken care of. His body ached, yet he was given no rest. As soon as they deemed him dry enough, clothes were forcibly placed over his form. Taken to another room, his eyes scanned the room. Kids, varying in ages younger and older, stood in 3 neat rows consisting of 6 kids each, all except the first, the filled rows separated by pairs. Some like him were extremely injured, others, although rough-looking, had a much better condition. Taken to the first row, he was placed at the very start and next to a girl, the same age, who was only a bit shorter than he was. Like his, her hair was white and similarly her skin was that of a pale complexion. It was there the similarities ended. Her skin was healthy, body slim but not malnourished, her injuries were small, scrapes across her legs and arms. A small mole on the left side under her bottom lip. Finally her eyes, a pale gray blue. There were something about her eyes that the boy couldn't understand. Still he captured her appearance. The girl doing much the same to him. Their time gazing at each other was short, a loud voice calling from the front of them. Attention! The man who spoke was one he recognized, it was the same man that he saw in the alleyway. It was the first time seeing him clearly but he distinctly remembered one eye. You have no home. There will be no one who looks for you. All of you have been disposed of. The name you remember, the lives you lived, none of that matters now. From here on out you are soldiers of the SEARS program, the ones you stand next to, are your family now. You will eat, sleep, train together. If your partner dies, you die. His voice boomed over the room, many of the kids shaking, frightened. Despite their survival in the harsh rainforest, they were unprepared. The man continued, all of you will be given new names, commit them to memory. With a snap of his fingers the soldiers on standby approached groups of kids, handing them papers with names. The only pair not given any were him and the girl. The man on the small stage stepped off, his stride carrying his large frame to them. With his one glaring eye he spoke, remember the name Solidus. Placing a finger on the girl's chest he named her, Yorha. Grabbing a handful of his hair Solidus looked the boy square in the eyes. The older man watched, the tired emerald green casting a hint of red. Jabbing his finger against the boy's chest wounds he spoke. Jack, you two, take care of each other. It wasn't a suggestion but a demand. The animal must have a leash, and the leash an animal, otherwise, they were both useless. Furniture strewn across the room. The dining room table was broken, picture frames shattered. Ears echoing with the sound of squelching. There she sat covered in her parents' blood. White hair stained crimson, eyes capturing the moment in front of her. Ingraining it into her mind like a brand. Hanging loosely was a birthday banner. On the floor, swimming in the pool that was the blood of her family were remnants of her birthday cake. 4 candles, unlit and floating. Her voice could not be captured, blurred vision staring at the lumbering man who had not been invited inside her home. Body covered in muscles, face splitting with a horrid grin while his hands pounded downward onto the corpse of her father turning flesh into pulp. Eyes tearing away she glanced downward. Her mother's eyes looked at her face. Blood leaking from the gashes that covered her skin. Hand marks remained on her neck. Death was not swift, she was strangled to death. Even though she could hear it. The struggle kicks of her mom, the clawing at the grasp. Nothing had worked against the larger man's overwhelming strength. She had no idea as to why she remained alive. At any opportunity the man could have snapped her neck like a twig, yet he just continued to brutalize her father's body. Why the man targeted her family? Why did he come on her birthday? So many questions yet none answered. The small whimpers that came from her mouth subdued, the tears that dripped down her face joining the pool of blood that she sat in. Minutes which felt like hours passed before the room fell into an almost complete silence. She dared not to look up, hearing the wet squelching as the man's feet drew nearer. She waited, feeling a hand grasp her head, pressure being applied at the fingertips. The fear that overcame her body was unimaginable, and in that fear her entire being screamed. She didn't want to die. Yorha's eyes opened with a startle. The room she found herself in unfamiliar, almost entirely pitch black. The young girl's cheek pressed against an all-white pillow, slightly moist, tears having leaked from her eyes during her slumber. Her chest, her heart, thumped rapidly, having a nightmare of that day. With a shaky hand she began to wipe her tears only to stop. There was a noise. It was faint but clear. Turning over with the shuffling of the white blanket layered over her did she saw the cause of the noise. It had only been a few hours since they were introduced, since he had become her partner. Other than the door, the only other thing in the room was the other bed. On that bed was Jack, feet kicking at the sheets below him, back pressed against the corner while his non-broken arm covered his face. Eyes searching the room rapidly. It was as if he could not stay still, as if the bed itself had become a sense of discomfort. Breathing rapidly and air sucked through gnashing teeth. Yorha watched the panicked struggles of the boy, eyes capturing every moment, watching as the white shirt became red and wet with small patches of blood. She did not move until Jack had stopped his own movements. Jack's searching eyes found a place of rest. His own capturing Yorha's, emerald staring at blue-gray, bloodshot capturing tear-filled. His struggles stopped, rapid breathing calming slightly, muscles loosening. He watched Yorha's right hand move, palm facing upward toward the roof, the girl giving a light sniffle. Her gaze never left and neither did his. "You two, take care of each other." The words of Solidus echoed in each of their heads. Although their responses were different. Jack's jaw tightened, eyes narrowing, and Yorha cried silently. Seconds, minutes, and hours had passed. Neither noticed when their eyes began to close, nor the fact they had both fallen into a nightmare-less sleep for the first time. Wake up. A loud voice stirred both awake. Jack's eyes opened rapidly, catching only a glimpse of Yorha before his eyes went to the source of the noise responsible. Similarly, Yorha did very much the same. Standing at the door, dressed in military fatigues, was Solidus himself. The grizzled man staring at the two, watching the children stand from their beds after a moment passed. The sight of them causing a small grin to appear on his face. Whether the two had known or not, the body language told Solidus all that he needed to know. He had heard of Jack's arrival. The way the boy had gone for the kill on a soldier, the fact they had to actively subdue him as they treated his wounds. Yet only after a night the boy stood close to Yorha without so much of an indication of either bloodlust or discomfort. Although it was a start, it was far from satisfactory. "Follow me." Without awaiting a response, Solidus turned his back on the two, walking forward, being their key to survival. Naturally, the kids followed from a distance. Jack slower than Yorha, which was to be expected. After the wounds the boy suffered, it wouldn't have been odd to find him completely incapacitated. Leading the two into the room, he directed them to a pair of seats. The room looked like that of a classroom. Desks, chairs, even a large projection screen. Even with this similarity, the room was vastly different in every other aspect. There were no colorful decorations, only plain white walls like the bedrooms. The desks themselves were odd. Although it was usually a private desk for each seat, it instead was a long singular piece with two chairs. Another effort to further acquaint the children with their life partners. Sleeping, sitting, eating, training, like Solidus had said before, this would all be done in unison with the children's partners. Jack and Yorha took their respective seats, the proximity causing their shoulders to nearly constantly be in contact. To pull away would only result in one of two things. As if on cue, one of the children had fallen from their chair to create distance. The result was swift. A nearby soldier armed with a nightstick smacked the child on the back, only with his voice demanding the child to sit once more. From then on, even Jack had to relent. Seeing every child seated, Solidus barked out two words. "Breakfast. Begin." "Yes, sir." His authority went unquestioned, and through a side door a rolling table appeared carrying trays of what seemed like food. One by one each soldier grabbed a pair of plates, setting them down in front of each desk. The last plate of food personally being carried by Solidus. The gray-haired man waited, holding the plates just out of reach of Yorha and Jack. The projection screen behind him was blaring to life. Room filling with noises of an old war movie. Finally setting the plates down and with one eye trained on both kids, he stepped to the side. Looking down at the tray of food, Jack's eyes stared at the gray colorless slop that sit atop, steam rising as small bubbles formed and burst. Although to many the sight would have been revolting, it had been the first meal that Jack had in 2 days. Hand reaching upward, he grabbed the slop only to drop the contents back onto the tray. His hand stinging with pain, having burned himself, his teeth tightened. Eyes casting a glance only to see that Yorha had not experienced the same. Although he had neglected it, in her right hand was a small plastic spoon. The slop that sat comfortably cooling with her small exhales of air through her pursed lips. Clenching his hand, he attempted to copy the girl's movements, however with the fresh burn and large gash received from grabbing the blade of a knife, his effort quickly stopped short. So, he stared at the food. Yorha too had seen this, her own eyes turning away from the movie on display and hand stopping its action of feeding herself. She watched as Jack's anger seemingly grew, eyes narrowing at the food, clenching and unclenching of his injured hand. Perhaps it was Solidus' words, maybe even his persistent gaze, or none of it. With her free left hand she grabbed Jack's unused spoon, flinching only slightly at the boy's hand grasping her wrist. His eyes focused squarely on her. Despite the fierce grip she still moved her hand grabbing a spoonful before putting the food before Jack's mouth. He did not bite, only stared, much like before they had fallen asleep the two gazed at each other. Would they be hurt? Could they hurt the other? Why didn't they? No answers. Jack only took a bite. Yorha only fed him. Soon after breakfast had ended Jack and Yorha found themselves standing in a small room. Solidus, dressed only in a black compression shirt and cargo pants stood. His black steel-plated boots made no sound. Why they were brought there remained unclear. You both survived that jungle. Before Jack could blink a fist found itself lodged within his stomach. The breakfast he ate spilling from his mouth, air almost completely devoid of air, coughs coming from the boy's mouth. He was soon joined on the floor by Yorha, cheek red, blood dribbling from her mouth as Solidus' fist had struck her across the cheek. Now you have to survive me. Work together or you'll both die. Reaching down and unsheathing two knives he tossed the blades to the floor in front of both children. The pain that should have caused both kids to cry caused rather two unique reactions. Jack's mouth curled, a small coughing laugh coming from his strained throat. Yorha's eyes closed only opening so that she could grab the knife in front of her. Slowly she struggled to her feet. Followed by Jack, although a spoon had been too difficult to hold, the throbbing of his previous wounds allowed him to grab and maintain a grip on his own knife. Survival, that had become the priority once again. The two rushed forward and although it may have seemed planned to anyone else, it was anything but cooperative. Knife angled towards Solidus' throat. Jack aimed to slice the man's jugular, his attack quickly stopped. A left hand quickly knocked the knife out of his grip before grasping onto his throat lifting him into the air. Despite this Jack tried to claw with his only able hand. Yorha's attack did not fare better, the steel-plated heel of Solidus' boot striking the girl's chest, knocking her backward. His assault did not end there. Right fist raising as he began to strike the ribs of Jack. The boy's face turning red with pain, hand clawing even more desperately than before. Didn't I say to work together? Again, tossing Jack towards Yorha, Solidus kicked the boy's dropped knife back. He waited as the two stood once more, attempting another attack. Again, little cooperation seen. Although the signs had begun, fighting together was still too much of a hurdle. No matter, he would break them over and over until they learned. Either that or he would have to find their replacements. Which would be a shame. Dodging another swipe from Jack, he allowed Yorha to finally close the distance. Her target was much smaller and much more fatal. His remaining eye. Still the attacks fell short. Tilting his head, the knife missed its mark completely. With both of their arms extended, Solidus grabbed both with his hands. His strength clearly more than enough to take complete control as he forced both of their knives to stab each other. Yorha's in Jack's broken arm and Jack's knife in Yorha's left shoulder. Their screams filled the room before they were quieted by Solidus. Sloppy. You'll kill each other before you can even scratch me. Again. Hands leaving their arms, he instead grabbed two fistfuls of hair. His right knee crashing into Yorha's stomach, causing her to heave up what she had eaten. Jack was put through far worse punishment. The 3 inches of the 8-inch blade that found itself nested in the boy's bicep were ripped out. Knife in hand, Solidus swiped the knife through the already red shirt of Jack and made a new gouge that rested below the claw marks. Tossing the boy and knife once again to Yorha's side, he watched. Yorha digging the knife out of her shoulder, blood dripping fresh from the wound. Jack's chuckles reverberated throughout the room. He. The two looking once at the other before the weapons found themselves in their hands. Solidus grinned. The process was repeated for hours. The result being obvious. On the floor Jack and Yorha lay still. Both unconscious, multiple shallow knife wounds decorate their bodies. Each attempt was better than the previous, even Solidus had to acknowledge such improvement. His right index and ring finger touching the part of his left cheek and shoulder. Their last attempt causing shallow knife wounds to appear. Their cooperation was better. Jack's ruthless approach adapting, more feints, more precision, all while Yorha struck at his apparent weaknesses. Approaching from his blind side, stabbing from under and behind Jack's swings. The two were bred to kill. That was an undeniable fact. Medic. Despite his voice being lower in volume, his clear tone was responded to. Quickly a pair of soldiers rushed in, carrying the two unconscious children onto gurneys. Sir. Saluting, the soldiers awaited his command. Make them capable of training in a few hours. The bare minimum was all that the pair would receive. This was their life from now on. These two were the soldiers he needed. He would make sure of it. In the medical room, Yorha had been the first to wake. Her eyes searching the room only to rest on Jack's unconscious form lying right beside her. Both he and she were stripped of most clothing, bandages soaked in blood covering most of their skin. With an attempt to sit up, Yorha was forced back down. Pain shot through her body. Although reluctant, she laid back down, ignoring the passing medical officers. Eyes squarely drawn towards Jack. She could see it, albeit slightly. Patches of skin burned, melted, gouged out, and blackened. She would probably never truly understand, but her right hand rested onto his left. Was it pity or compassion? With the beeping of their heart monitors fading into nothing, her tired eyes closing in pain. It had become clear. The two would remain intertwined. How much time passed by? 5, maybe 6 years. The conditions had improved, but it would be incorrect to say that they were living. They ate, slept, trained together. The two had become inseparable. Since that day they became Solidus private pet projects. Specialized training, rigorous tests, merciless brutalization. Even now this was another example. Slap. A hand struck across Jack's face, cheek stinging from the aggressive wake-up call of the soldier in charge of their current situation. Locks of white hair covering his vision, dripping with ice-cold water. His body stripped of almost all clothing, skin covered in bruises and deep lacerations, adding to the many old wounds already there. Compared to when he first arrived, his body matured, grew, yet even now he was powerless. His wrists tied together with rope, arms forcibly extended above him, body carried by a meat hook. He hung nearly a foot from the ground. With his eyes peering beyond his hair, he saw Yorha in a similar position, her eyes looking at him. When he was awake, so was she. They were only a meter away in distance. She too was tortured in a similar way. Her hands, abdomen, and feet slashed, gouges of flesh missing, tainting her once pure skin. Blood pooled beneath both of their feet. At first the training they had undergone was simple. Stamina and strength training. Then weapon training. They learned to use guns, learned to properly wield knives. After that was combat. Solidus himself trained them. Beat them down without mercy. The times they returned with fractured bones became too many to count. Finally, for these last 3 months, torture, endurance, an area Jack already had experienced. Nearly 24/7 around-the-clock torture for the past 90 days. Although the previous training was difficult, the two always had a place they could retreat. Now such a luxury ceased to exist within the 9 feet by 9 feet room they now resided in. A hand grabbed onto Jack's hair, pulling his scalp, causing his head to raise. The plain black half-face mask the soldier wore failed to show any of the man's features underneath. Whether the man was smiling during the torture was up for debate. Not that it really mattered. Jack watched the soldier extend an arm to his right. Sitting on a large rolling table were various instruments the pair had become familiar with. Pliers, wrenches, knives, all were used in their training. The previous torture session ended only an hour ago. By this time both knew what the soldier's first choice would be. Jack moved his wrists, hands grasping on the back of the hook tightly, body tensing. It took half a second before he was struck in the abdomen with a tire iron. During this not once did Jack's gaze leave Yorha's. Once his turn was done it would be hers. They both knew this. 1 swing, 2, 3, the number kept increasing, and so did the strength behind the strikes. At one point his bones would have shattered by the first strike. However, 3 months of this constant pain had its benefits. Though this resistance still faltered at times, the chuckles that came from his mouth were proof of this. These noises causing Yorha's eyes to narrow. He could see it, the hate hidden beneath her steel gaze. Soon the soldier's exhaustion had started to show. The swings decreasing before the soldier stopped entirely. Back turning to Jack and to face Yorha. A minute, maybe 2 passed before the tire iron once again found momentum. the metal striking against Yorha's flank. She had gotten much stronger, more resistant to pain as well. Jack's own tolerance in witnessing this, however, had been degrading over time. The torture carried on like it usually did. 3 hours of punishment followed by an hour of rest. During this time the two would sleep, but neither could despite the exhaustion they felt. Yorha wouldn't because Jack wasn't asleep, and Jack wouldn't if Yorha was awake. Though that was only part of the reason. For 3 months not once had Solidus visited them in this room. No, rather the reason for this training was lost on both of them. Combat training was enough to test their limits, raise their pain tolerance. This was something else. It felt similar to tests of performance administered by Solidus. The one-way mirror that was stretched across the central wall made it clear that people were watching. That Solidus might be watching. Perhaps this was another test. Neither could come up with an answer, but one look at the other told both what needed to happen. Dot, dot, dot. The knife's edge glided against his right bicep, trailing downward into his armpit, the pressure light. Any harder and the soldier would be skinning him alive. It had become clear after the first month that there is a limit to how much they would hurt them. They would not kill them, that was something both were aware of, but how long would that remain true? Blood seeped from the forceful separation of his flesh, dripping down his arm and joining the other open wounds on his body. The room baked in an eerie silence. This round of torture had gone by without a noise from either Jack or Yorha. They did not struggle during the torture, did not laugh, did not raise their heads. They had taken their turns one by one, round by round. 2 hours had passed. Jack's turn was over. The soldier's target switched, knife pointing to Yorha. The man's combat boots splashing in the mixture of water and blood on the floor. The tip of the knife neared Yorha's stomach. For the first time since the start, Jack's head raised, saliva and blood mixing into his mouth, before he spit. The mixture hitting the back of the solder's head, drawing the man's full attention. A bloody grin splitting Jack's face, a laugh echoing within his throat. The soldier wiping away the spit stalked towards Jack, knife in his right hand. It didn't take much for the distance to close. Once it did, Jack's head moved again. Forehead colliding with the bridge of the soldier's nose, knocking the man backward. Stunned, the soldier could not resist when Yorha's legs wrapped around his neck in a position similar to rear naked chokehold, her limbs constricting against the man's windpipe. Taking the opportunity, Jack's knees raised, his entire body jumping upward as he grabbed the chain attached to the meat hook. Swinging back and forth, Jack gained momentum before hoisting his body over the hook. Landing on the floor, Jack's strength failed. Falling face first into the floor, the boy struggled to his feet. Having been strung up had caused his legs to cave under his sudden weight. Still, the struggles coming from Yorha gave enough reason for him to find his footing. Wrists still bound together, his options were limited. Going over to the rolling table, he grabbed the bloodied scalpel that sat nearest to him. Weapon in hand, he rushed the soldier, the tip of the scalpel pointed towards the man's eye. Raised upward, Jack brought the scalpel down, stabbing the man in the eye. However, the torture done to him caused several problems. The power behind his attack was significantly lessened. Gah! Screaming in pain, the soldier broke loose from Yorha's hold, fist crashing backwards into Jack's face. Turning, the soldier then struck the girl in the stomach, knocking the wind from her lungs. Grabbing the grip of the scalpel, the soldier pulled the blade out. Eye closed, he flew into a rage. Tossing the scalpel to the side, with his free hand the soldier grasped Jack by the neck, the man's combat knife pointed towards the boy's eye. Knife driving down, Jack protested with his own movements, hands grasping the man's advancing arm, ignoring the pressure being applied to his neck by the other. Faintly he could hear Yorha's chain rattling wildly. Teeth gritting, he struggled against the man's strength. Before the tip of the knife could touch his eye, however, Yorha's arms went over the man's head. With the rope, the girl used her entire weight, choking the man once again. The soldier's hand left Jack's throat. Instead, it grabbed at the girl's hands, trying in vain to get some separation between the rope and his throat. Once free, Jack rushed towards the knife, hands grasping at the weapon. As he currently was, his strength would quickly fail to rip the knife from the man's iron grip. Mouth opening, Jack's teeth latched onto the man's middle finger, teeth sinking through the glove and into the flesh. Pulling his head backward, Jack tore the appendage away from the rest. Finger gripped with his teeth, Jack wrestled the knife away. All before he drove it into the man's chest. With Yorha supporting the man's body, Jack plunged the blade in and out, hands becoming slick with the soldier's blood. The floor becoming coated in yet another layer of liquid. Even when Yorha's hands left and the man's body dropped, Jack's attacks failed to cease. Slashing wildly through the military fatigues, through flesh, through muscle. Breathing growing rapid, mind replaying the last 3 months, the groans of pain from Yorha. Another chuckle coming from his throat, only to stop. Yorha's body pressed onto his. Even the small separation in these 3 months had been too much. Perfect. That had been the only word to leave Solidus's mouth as he watched from behind the one-way mirror. Witnessing as Jack's attacks ceased once the boy felt Yorha's presence. These past years had been enlightening in many ways. The other pairs in the program failed to exhibit what he had seen with these two. Perhaps that was the reason that he pushed these two harder than any of the others. This torture endurance. Well, this was something only these two had gone through, the others were still only given basic training. By far these two were the best soldiers he had. Broken, beaten, yet together they survived. It was exactly what the older man wanted. It was exactly what the two would need in order to survive. Looking to his subordinates in the room, Solidus barked his order, "Go in and clean the mess. Bring those two into the medical bay and clean them up." No hesitation was to be found in the soldiers. Scratching his beard, the old man spoke quietly to himself. "It's nearly time." Bodies still pressed against each other, Jack and Yorha waited, hearing the door to the room open slowly. 3 other soldiers walking in, all of them armed, yet their weapons not drawn at the two. Rather, one carried a large black body bag, while the other two gestured for them to rise. Doing so, the pair walked forward, the knife taken from his hand. Jack and Yorha's bound wrists were freed. Hands falling to the sides, they followed the commands given. The hierarchy of military having been taught by Solidus himself. Led into the all too familiar med bay, the two were placed in small area just a few feet away from the medical officers. The area featured almost nothing of note, only a single large drain along with a hose. Said hose currently in the hands of the main soldier who had led them. With a small valve being twisted, the two were drenched once more in freezing water. The blood on their bodies being washed away. It was during this that Yorha's left hand grasped Jack's right. It had become habitual, so much so it would have been odd if she hadn't. Once hosed clean, the pair was finally taken by the medical officers. Their wounds burning as fresh anesthetic was poured, disinfecting them. Only then did their exhaustion take hold. What they were going to do next was unclear. The only thing they did know was that their lives would serve the purpose given to them until they died or were no longer needed. Both not knowing that soon war would become their home. If this world was a fair one, a just one, perhaps their excellence would be appreciated. Unfortunately, such a world did not exist, not for these children. Solidus stood tall, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze sweeping across the kids lined up in their respective paired rows. Of the many kids that arrived, only 6 pairs had made it through training. Now they would spill blood. Not for freedom, not for the betterment of mankind, but for survival. At that, Solidus finally stared at the pair that would spearhead this unorthodox unit. Jack and Yorha. Again, the veteran could not help but pity the two. Perhaps in another life neither would be here. If they weren't born the way they were, if what had happened in their past never did, where would they be? There was no doubt the two would have lived fulfilling lives, accomplished a great many of things. With a shake of his head, however, the sentimentality he held for the two disappeared and was replaced with indignance. "Your training has been completed, now it's your time to show that what we prepared you for wasn't a waste." His voice also carried weight, but now more so than ever before. The children stiffened in response, heel locking against heel, arms and back straightened. None dared to look away. Any signs of previous exhaustion or damage from training were erased, ignored, and everyone's full attention were focused. Of course, not everything could be corrected in a few years. Solidus knew this, but it was this failure that would keep them alive. Jack's deep-seated hatred remained within the boy's eyes, neither corrected or replaced, only controlled by Yorha's presence and the old man's stare. "Jack, forward." Jack did as he was told. Yorha's hand twitched, the urge to follow him needing to be fought within her system. Taking the spotlight, he stayed silent, his back straight, feet shoulder-width apart with his hands together behind his back. His hair had grown long through the years, now reaching his shoulders. His outfit, just like the others, was comprised of a simple beige military vest, forest camo pants, and a pair of reinforced black steel-toed boots. Most of his exposed skin had been wrapped in blood-soaked bandages. Body aching in pain with each step. Silence lingered in the air, Solidus forming the words in his mind before taking a step towards Jack. As of today, Jack will be in command of the QRK unit. His orders are your orders. Those of you under his command must follow without question, without hesitation, and without failure. Should you prove a hindrance to the squad, Jack's judgment on any punishment is my judgment. It will be swift and final. In any other setting, there would have been refusal. However, that was neither a luxury or privilege the rest of the QRK unit had. Solidus had made his choice, and perhaps out fear of him, Jack, or even Yorha, none would ever lodge a complaint at leadership. Although the kids may not have known at the time, the candidates who had washed out had their lives taken by the two figureheads of their unit. Such a thing was just a part of the pair's training. At approximately 0600 hours you will all be shipped off to your new home. There will be no training, nor will you ever see the comfort you have here now. Tonight is the last time you will eat real food or sleep in a bed. War is here and it will not welcome you kindly. Now head to the cafeteria. Dismissed. The children snapped to a salute, and only when Solidus had left their line of sight did they move from their positions. None of the children spoke words, and only the sounds of the boots hitting the tiled floor below reverberated off the walls. By now the walk was simple and free of confusion. It hadn't taken long before the only sign of comfort other than the barracks had come into view. The newly established unit looked to the cafeteria floor. No longer were there rows of paired desks. Instead there was a single large table, the message clear. Just like Solidus had said, they were now one organism, a unit. However, not even the words of Solidus were enough. Jack's teeth grinded against each other. Frustration at the situation nipped at the back of his fractured head. Combined with the pulsating headache and the throbbing of his ribs, his irritation only grew. It continued to rise until Yorha took the first step. She, like always, was calm, and it only took a glance from her for Jack to unclench his fists. Yorha purposefully sat towards the middle of the table, prompting Jack to take the spot across from her. From both sides the other children sat in similar positions, each of them across from their partners. The children waited like always, and before long plates of food carried by their fellow soldiers were placed in front of them. Picking up their utensils, the children scooped the gray slop they were always fed. No longer feeling disgusted by the texture or taste, they ate in complete silence. In that silence, Jack continued to suffer. During the training and torture endurance he was rescued from having to endure himself. However, in the nights he wasn't knocked unconscious, or in the times of silence he relived what he could only partly forget. He could no longer remember what the twisted amalgamations of various features that his mind replayed were supposed to be. Only a few vivid details ever came to mind, colors of green and blue. The heat and cold that carved at his flesh, and the sounds of his bones snapping. Never who did those actions. Yet even with the identity gone, his anger never washed away. His nose always picking up the scent of copper, the feeling of something soft between his teeth. And one other thing. Deku. That word's meaning lost in the fog. Jack's chest began to feel hot, familiar whisperings echoing in his ears. Survive. Survive. Key. And just as those words came, they were gone. He could feel her hand, sense the familiarity that was her body temperature. The hardening grip on his utensil loosely, only slightly. Yorha. She was staring at him. No hint of emotion visible except the one in her eyes. The emotion that told him all he needed to know, all he needed to see. His memories faded from attention, and instead on the distance between Yorha's and his position from the others in their unit. Was it their own survival instinct that caused them to create distance? Either way, it did not matter. She was someone he could never imagine turning his weapon to. The two of you are one. A phrase often said by Solidus during training. A phrase ingrained into his mind. His gaze lingered on Yorha's as the girl's hand left his. He watched her pick her utensil back up and tap it on her tray. Her soft voice not entirely free from the pain of training, but clear enough for him to hear. Eat. It was not a command, and yet there was no pushback. He began to eat once more as she had said to do. Slowly did the environment turn back into the one of similar silence as when they first entered the room. It was in that silence that Yorha retreated into her own mind as well. Without you, Yorha, Jack will die. That was Yorha's own lesson, spoken during the idle hours of training, whispered to her when Jack was unable to hear. Solidus and his words never left her head, and neither did Jack. Her body twinged slightly in pain, eyes turning up to Jack. She did not want him to notice the way her wounds ached, nor how underneath her bandages blood still dripped. Her condition was worse than Jack's after each training session. Yet even through her pain, she endured for him. The nightmarish possibility that Solidus told her was constantly at the forefront of her mind. If she were to give, if she were to break, what would happen to Jack? He was her. Without him then she was nothing. She was less than nothing. She would rather die with him than live on as nothing. She had no family, no friends, this unit, this facility, Solidus. None of them meant anything, but Jack did. Her mind wiped her train of thought clear. She knew what she had to do, what she always needed to do. At that moment, it was to eat, to stay at Jack's side. For the 10 minutes they were allowed to eat, neither Jack nor Yorha said another word to each other. Anything that could have been said was spoken through the occasional glance thrown at the other's way. The thought that war was not that far off in the future was not lost on anything of the kids. Still, they had been prepared for this, they were ready. Having eventually finished their meals, the unit were escorted back to their barracks. This would be the final time they stepped foot in this space. Jack stripped down, kicking off his boots before throwing his vest to the floor. Yorha did the very same, neither of them speaking a word as they climbed into bed. Once together in bed, the two pressed their backs together. The action was simply their normal, a habit formed from necessity. It was the only way they could sleep. To know the other was there proved to be a comfort only exclusive for them. Closing their eyes, the two succumbed to a semi-pleasant sleep. The nightmares that threatened them subdued. Yorha's soft touch brightened the dark corners of Jack's mind, defending him, and Jack's presence tore through the blood of Yorha's past. The QRK unit stood at attention, their boots and bodies standing on a large steel platform. Their eyes focused. The day has come for them to leave the only place they had known. However, none of them were scared. Fear led to death in the environment they were going into, that much was clear. Solidus stood to the side of Jack, nodding to one of his soldiers as the platform started raising slowly. The QRK unit was unperturbed by such sudden movement, even as the roof above them split, dividing in two before rays of sunlight shined down upon them. The wind whipped violently as Solidus stepped in front of the unit, his gaze directed to the large cargo plane that had been awaiting their arrival. As the platform they stood on came to a stop, the unit waited as Solidus walked to a large supply crate surrounded by several heavily armed soldiers. Prying it open, Solidus yelled, his voice carrying over the sound of the plane. "Resupply." Jack took the lead, walking to Solidus as the man stood to the side. One by one, the QRK unit dove into the supply crate, pulling out several weapons and magazines of ammunition. They were reached armed with an AK-47, a silver Model 1 Mamba pistol, and Jack's persona favorite, a 12 inches fixed combat knife. Just indexing the blade with his hand brought a euphoria. He had always taken a liking to a blade rather than a gun. It just felt right whenever he wielded them. Sheathing the knife, Jack looked to see if Yorha had equipped herself, finding her already waiting back at attention. Holding his rifle, Jack set it on his shoulder, his finger on the side of the frame, though at any moment he was ready to engage in a firefight. "Load up." Solidus's next order came, and one by one the kids walked up the loading ramp, finding a large open space with seats on each side. Taking a seat, Jack strapped himself in his rifle with its safety pointed to the ground. Yorha copied his movements exactly, and so did the rest of his unit. Joining them was Solidus and around a dozen soldiers, they too armed to the teeth, which was a sight new to many. Jack had never seen Solidus wield anything but a blade, so the sight was astonishing. Still, he did not say a word. Not a moment after everyone boarded did the loading ramp start closing. The sunlight that had been a new sight for many was replaced with the red-lighted interior of the cargo plane. With a single knock on a metal door by Solidus, Jack could feel his weight shift as the plane started to take off. Yorha, who sat next to him, grabbed his hand, her eyes closed. Jack squeezed back, but his eyes remained open. He stared at nothing in particular, just a blank, almost dead look in his eyes. The gravity on his feet was released as the plane accomplished takeoff. Jack didn't know how much time had passed. he only realized the need to prepare once he saw Solidus look out of a small window before loading his rifle. Jack nudged Yorha, getting the girl to open her eyes before he let go of her hand. Making sure his rifle was in working condition, he waited as the gravity shifted once more. The insulated metal frame of the plane couldn't stop the outside sounds from reaching the group. Gunfire and explosions were some of the louder noises, but above all, Solidus dwarfed them. We are about to depart in the middle of a hot zone. Once these doors open, your life will be on the line. If you fall behind, you will be left. There will be no turnarounds to help those who will prove to weigh us down. We are to regroup with our forces 120 clicks from our drop point. Solidus walked until he stopped in front of Jack. Leaning down, he whispered so that only he could hear. Jack, make sure you and Yorha live through this war. You both survive or I'll kill whoever is left. Jack nodded. Yes, sir. Good. Solidus stepped back, his hand grabbing onto a small strap as gravity returned to the plane, the solid ground making itself apparent. Pressing a flashing red button, the loading ramp dropped, causing sparks to fly as the plane kept moving, only going slightly slower than usual. Go! Yelling, the soldiers unstrapped themselves, readying as they jumped from the moving plane, rolling on the ground before recovering quickly, weapons at the ready. Jack looked to Yorha before they stood at the loading ramp, their heads low as a few stray bullets made their way towards them. Jumping, they braced themselves, facing the ground with their shoulders as they rolled on the ground, their plane having already taken off as they left. Their vests had taken most of the impact as they recovered, Solidus joining them. His face and eye focused while firing his rifle. Their drop point had been an almost destroyed airfield, with fire, corpses, and destroyed vehicles that took up almost all of their scenery. The forest surrounding them was covered in flames and the smoke rose through the air, almost threatening to block the sun. The heat was intense and they weren't even at the center of it. Move out. We must regroup before sundown. Solidus and the QRK unit ran, gunfire raining over their heads. This is war. It was in the silence, in the darkness, when she had opened her eyes. The ceiling above her clouded by the tears streaking down her cheeks. Like always, the nightmares ruined her sleep, it ripped her away from rest. As her tears fell slowly, she reached out to her side. The space of the bed next to her was empty. It was recognizing that emptiness that her tears flowed even more, her hand gripping the sheets. She forgot. They no longer slept in the same room. Jack. Her body slowly moved, the moonlight shining through the window revealing her pale skin riddled with scars. Her arms, legs, the soles of her feet, no area was free of markings. Had her torso not been covered by the black t-shirt clinging tight, her chest, stomach and ribs would have joined the list. Legs swinging over the side of the bed, causing her to shudder as her feet came into contact with the floor. Putting the weight into her feet, she left the uncomfortable bed, shuffling uneasily towards the door, and once she reached it, Yorha slowly opened it to see the connecting hallway. Usually the hallway was illuminated with bright lights, causing the walls to shine with a sterile white. However, during the night those lights dimmed, turning white into gray. Closing the door behind her, she turned to her left, walking down slowly. It had been almost a year since she and Jack had been here at this facility. From one battlefield to the next she and Jack had roamed. Inducted into the QRK unit at 9 years old. Trained for 5. Fought for 2. The time their hands had been free of holding a weapon. 2 years. Spent 2 years in a rehabilitation center. Soon after joined the Paradise Lost Army. Hard to believe they survived until adulthood. Yorha's walk slowed once again before she stopped entirely. Her hand was flat and angled towards her forehead. Despite the late hour, members of the army still roamed the halls. A commanding officer deserved her salute and she received one in return. There was no exchange of words. The soldier that walked past her knew she and Jack were special cases within the army, and not just for their lack of a quirk. Relaxing once more, she strode further down the hall, until she stopped at a door. The nameplate reading, Jack. A small shallow breath came from Yorha's mouth, and with her right hand she reached for the doorknob. With a small twist the door handle began to turn, and it didn't take much effort to push the door open. When she did, she could see him. Jack, his back to the door, unmoving, head down, hair squeezed between the gaps of his tightly gripped fists. It was only by the moonlight could she make out more detail in his body. While her skin was undoubtedly covered in deep discolored gouges of skin, Jack's entire body were those marks. Nearly all of his skin was marked in some way. Even though the sight caused her teeth to bite down onto her lower lip and her eyes to narrow. Her grip on the doorknob growing tighter before she calmed. Jack. Her voice carried like a whisper as she stepped inside, closing the door behind her gently. Her call received no response. Like her, he was plagued by nightmares she was both a part of and unaware of. She stepped forward, wanting desperately to close the gap in their distance. Remembering why Jack had wanted them to stay separate. He hated the dark, and when he was scared, he was afraid he was gonna hurt her. She knew this, but her feet still moved until she was forced to climb onto the bed in order to sit at his side. Her soft hands gently taking hold around his torso, her blue-gray eyes looking into his emerald-colored eyes. A tinge of red swimming deep within his iris. His mouth opened searching for the words to say, but nothing came out. His teeth clenching and the grip on his hair growing stronger. A sight she was all too accustomed with. A sight that had begun to crush her chest years ago. A sight that caused her tears to once again fall. Her hands moved upwards, caressing his bare chest with a touch so light as to not cause him pain. The tips of her fingers crawling up his neck, to the beginning of his jaw, turning his head towards her, before slowly down his jawline. His grip loosened and hands began to fall, his calloused hands going over hers holding them tightly. They were always told, they were one. What he felt, she felt. When he couldn't sleep, neither did she. If one died, they both died. That's why when their instinct pushed them closer, they listened. Her soft lips pressing against his. Their eyes locked as they began to go further. Hands lacing together, the articles of clothing they had on falling to ground below. For a moment the nightmares they had faded. The look in their eyes had been replaced. That night they would forget. Forget the blood. Forget their war. Dot, dot, dot. Dirt clung to their face. Mud snaked through every crack and crevice, and their ears rang. The drop in the battlefield was anything but smooth. The ground was gouged by explosions, the jungle they had run into had trees splintered by gunfire, and the heat of the surrounding flames scorched their skin. Still they had kept running. Legs growing sluggish as their boots sunk into the muddied ground. Their chests burning as they inhaled the surrounding smoke. It was only a miracle they hadn't been shot down yet. Yorha meanwhile could only watch her surroundings with narrowed eyes, a desperate measure made to reduce the chances of flying debris blinding her. Her gaze going through the scenery before her in an almost systematic routine. She checked the tree line to her right, that was where most of the gun and quirk attacks came from. She then looked left, she assumed that's where their allies were or hoped they were, firing back. Both were quick glances, proof that her training did not fail her. She then stared straight. Solidus ran ahead of them all, his broad back moving with haste, though unlike the members of her unit the older man was clearly accustomed to these situations. Finally her gaze landed on Jack. He was right there, beside her, his body eclipsing hers on the side where most of the danger lingered. On his face, a grin. As for the last direction, Yorha refused to turn her head back. Solidus had made it clear in their training that to turn her head to look back is a way to die. If the rest of QRK unit were actively following it didn't much matter. Jack was the only one she trained with, the rest. It wouldn't have been an exaggeration to say she met them yesterday. What she did know was that they wouldn't hold her or Jack down. Yorha refused to give them that chance. Keep moving. We need to clear 100 clicks before sundown. Despite the deafening sounds of the battle surrounding them, Solidus's voice came through clear. They could never forget how he sounded. His order was one they would follow, and so as Solidus picked up speed so did they. They ran despite their stamina draining and ran until they disappeared further into the jungle. The hours ticked by until finally Solidus came to a halt crouching down. His fist raised to his side clenched closed. His command to stop heeded immediately. Jack, Yorha. At his words the two, slowly made their way to his side. The old man's lone eye narrowed through the binoculars he held and at the trees in front of him. Where there was danger, there was also opportunity. Training was one thing, experience was another. 3.5 clicks, closing in fast. Engage. It was short, but the weight of his words spurred the two into action. They moved as quietly and swiftly as they could. The mud on their shoes masking the sounds of their steps, albeit only slightly. The distance between them and their enemies growing closer, eventually they saw what Solidus had seen. A small group, in their hands battered and old-looking rifles. Their clothes similar to rags. Thankfully none seemed to have their quirk in control or active, and even more fortunate none had mutant quirks. Their presence still unknown, Jack signaled to Yorha, the two separating to different sides. Taking cover behind trees and moving only when necessary, the distance closed even more. The two were reminded of how they first joined the QRK unit. The survival in the jungle, the lessons taught by Solidus, made their next actions natural. Despite no longer being side by side, they moved in sync, their rifles slung to their backs. Hands grasped around the grip of their combat knife. Jack stood, back pressed against the tree, his uniform and the dirt cacking his body making the perfect camouflage. He crouched slowly, waiting until the group passed. As soon as the last member passed, both he and Yorha stepped out from behind their trees. It was quick, the two pounced at the men nearest to the back, their surprise attack not giving any of the men time to respond. It was quick, the tips of their knives dug deep in the neck, and with a heavy push Jack's blade cleaved through the man's throat. He would die soon. Jack didn't have the liberty to watch, his next target still turning in a startled rapid motion. Before the man could fully turn, his lungs filled with blood, stabbed in between his ribs, he could only joke on his wheezing coughs. Jack wielded his knife with precision. CQC and weapon training was undertaken through the tutelage of Solidus. Once again with his knife free, he turned to face the last man. Unlike the rest of his comrades, the man was able to lift his gun, however just like the rest it didn't amount to much. A quick swipe of arm caused Jack's knife to glide across the man's face. From the left side of man's jaw to the right eyebrow, Jack continued to gouge the man's flesh, the blood on his hands joined with more. Gah! The man screamed in unimaginable pain. The knife's edge lacerated his skin, and as it went to his eye split the mushy unprotected organ, filling the sclera with blood, slicing the eyelid in half. The rifle in the man's hands fell to the ground, going to hold his face. In doing so, unintentionally blocking another swipe, unfortunately replacing a quicker death with a slower one, as his right forearm was slashed open and his left wrist's veins cut open. When the man fell to the ground, Jack did not hesitate. Jumping on top of the man, he took his knife with an even greater grip. He had killed soldiers at the orders of Solidus, killed during training, however this was the real thing. He was back in that jungle with his limbs broken, with his body dying. He felt a grin worm onto his face as he plunged the knife downward into the man's unprotected chest, lessening the force as he made contact with the top, slowly and deeply plunging the blade further and further. The man at that point had put his bloodied hands onto Jack's arms, trying with vain effort to push the child's arms away, only succeeding in painting Jack with the crimson liquid as his life faded with his screams. Once the man was dead, Jack pulled his knife from the man's chest cavity. Standing, he sheathed the blade, head turning to see that Yorha had been watching him. She was always faster than him. By the time he first cut his last enemy, she had already killed her own. Her eyes showed no judgment, no hostility, or fear. Hee. His scratched voice came out with a chuckle he quickly stifled. Yorha walked towards him, placing her hand on his shoulder, her voice contrasting his with a pleasant softness. Let's go. With a nod, Jack followed after Yorha, collecting their weapons before turning to leave. Jack's eyes lingering on his last kill, and the exhilaration he found. They returned slowly, their arrival spotted by Solidus, who had been looking through the binoculars while the other kids of the QRK unit held the perimeter. Solidus said no words of congratulations, he only gave the two a small stare, his head nodding in an almost imperceivable way. What he saw was what he had come to expect, a ruthless efficiency that would only bloom more as this war raged on. The two were excellent weapons. When they arrived, it was as if the last few hours of fighting and retreat had not happened. The blood staining his and Yorha's uniforms had grown. Each stop was met with other patrolling groups, and each and every time them two were exclusively sent to take care of it. It was during those times that the exhilaration in his killing returned. It reminded him of the movies Solidus would have them watch. Sir, standing at attention was a soldier Jack and Yorha had been unfamiliar with. The ones they were either tortured them for training or were killed by their hands. Even still, it appeared that this one in particular answered to Solidus. At ease. Solidus's eyes scanned the camp. Tents of differing sizes stood still, the area filled with soldiers. Some moving in pairs of two as they patrolled the perimeter. "Jack, you or your unit are dismissed until further orders." With his dismissal, Solidus left with the soldier and towards the largest tent nearest the center. Left to their own devices, the kids shuffled forward behind Jack, their appearance drawing the eyes of the people surrounding them. More notably, their eyes were drawn to him and Yorha, their snow-white hair dripping with fresh blood, their uniforms covered in muck. The walk continued until Yorha tapped Jack's shoulder, her eyes directed to the wounds he had received. With a stare at the other members of the QRK unit, the pair were left alone, the two moving until they had spotted a place to sit. An overturned tree gave the perfect place, and sitting down, Jack stared at the ground ahead. His wounds were nothing fatal. The constant attack ops they were assigned on their journey here had only gotten more dangerous as time went on. A few gunshots had nearly hit him and Yorha. Luckily, it was only him that came out with a few bullet grazes. Digging into her vest, Yorha pulled out a small first aid kit. At least one member of each pair in the QRK unit held one, and in this case Yorha did. Her small hands gently began dressing her wounds, her proficiency being as great as it was as no accident. Field dressing was one of the first things they learned. For a year it was the only thing either of them could rely on. Solidus had made it a point that unless fatal during that year of intense training, there would be no trips to infirmary. Thus they were forced to clean, to stabilize, and to treat injuries with the bare minimum. An area that Yorha excelled at, especially when it came to him. Jack sat still, feeling her fingers glide across his skin as she dressed his wounds on his arms. "Stop getting hurt." Yorha wasn't making a request. After her demand, they both fell into silence. Jack couldn't refute her, and Yorha preferred to tend to him quietly. It had been the first day of war, and they didn't know for how long, but both knew it wouldn't be their last. This place had become their home. Wood cracked and broke off into pieces, blood dripping down, the brown color staining the grass below. Jack held his rifle, the barrel still freshly smoking as he ejected the spent magazine. Bullets flew overhead, his body caked in dirt, blood dripping down the side of his face. It was yet another encounter with the rebel faction. Their skirmishes most often took place within isolated villages, outposts. However, this fight took place in the surrounding jungles. Crouched against an overturned tree, he could feel the vibrations as bullets impacted the wood. It had become apparent that the rebels didn't use their quirks often, more than likely due to not having any experience in using them in battle. It was something that he and the rest of the quirk unit had become grateful for. Pushing in a full magazine, Jack's lips upturned into another grin. The adrenaline that coursed through his body when he was engaged in these fights brought a joy never experienced before. His Alaska 47 once again loaded, he waited counting, he had a role to play. Slinging his rifle over the tree, he fired, the butt of the gun kicking against his shoulder violently. Every noise drowned out as his gunfire was joined by two other members of the QRK unit. The four other kids with him had been with their pair, only he was isolated from his other half. However, Solidus's order had been absolute. The makeshift firing line causing all rebels to cease fire, hoping to find cover against the hailstorm of bullets. Like every operation the QRK unit had been assigned to, there was no backup, no plan of retreat. They survived or they didn't. The unit was completely disposable. For his group in particular, with only 3 against an estimated 30 rebels, it was a one-sided 10-to-1 battle. Even under the threat of being shot, it was known that the rebels weren't without strategy. They soon returned fire, the boy nearest Jack catching a round with his forehead. It was instant. His body dropped to the ground, splashing in the mud. Their partner collapsed at the sight of the body. It wasn't an uncommon sight anymore. Taking cover once again, Jack's eyes looked to last member of the pair. It was inevitable that those in pairs would form bonds, like he and Yorha. They did as well. From the living boy's tears, it was clear the two saw each other as family, brothers most likely. Unfortunately, the rules were clear. His rifle emptied again. Jack would soon confiscate the ammo and supplies, but first he had to complete his duty. Unholstering his M1911, there was hesitation found. He fired to his side, killing the survivor. With this, it made only 2 remaining pairs within the quirk unit. Refusing to shoot meant turning a gun on himself. The situation he found himself in got worse, yet Jack's smile persisted, a dry chuckle coming from his mouth beneath the gunfire. He quickly holstered his pistol before rummaging through the combat vests of the corpses beside him. Solidus had him operate his squad at Jack's own discretion. Kill, restrain, or abandon. Get the job done. It was one of many pieces of advice that Solidus had given him. Of course his advice always excluded Yorha, not that Jack would take action against her in the first place. While searching, Jack grasped a grenade. With a pull of the pin, he lobed the explosive overhead. 4 seconds passed before an explosion rocked the area. He could hear the screams of some unfortunate rebels that had been caught in the explosion, along with the groaning of trees that began to topple. Their hesitance did not last long. Instead, Jack was once again showered with bullets. As he was going to return fire, several more gunshots rang through the area. The rebels yelling loudly caught his attention. Finally they had showed up. Getting out of cover, he joined the gunfire, the lanes of fire overlapping as the rebels were pinched between him and his allies. If the shock didn't override their survival instinct, the rebels would have pushed to his position. Fighting the enemy as there is the first rule Solidus had burned into his memory. After the second group engulfed the rebels with gunfire, the fight had ended relatively quick. Emerging out of cover, Jack could see the carnage firsthand. His rifle lowered, he walked forward, watching as some surviving rebels crawled on their ground. Most would soon die from their wounds. From beyond the tree line, Yorha and the last 2 other QRK members appeared out of the brush. Like him, their states were disheveled, but none were injured. As soon as Yorha saw him, she had rushed to his side. The abnormal sense of absence Jack and even Yorha had subconsciously been feeling went away in a near instant. Seeing the wound on his head, Yorha's hands reached into her vest, clearly intending on cleaning the wound, but Jack shook his head. The job wasn't finished. Glancing at the dying rebels, their next task became clear. Yorha's hands went straight to her rifle, and she, along with the other 2, began to fire at the downed rebels, executing them where they lay. While the team had standing orders to capture rebels whenever possible, it was unlikely they would learn any new info from a group that seemingly operated without a commander. Jack chambered around in his AR, his footsteps splashing with mud as he strode towards a rebel leaned against a tree. From the knee downward, the dying man's right leg had gone missing. Jack's grenade clearly responsible. Pushing the rifle against the man's forehead, he heard the rebel speak. The fear in his eyes apparent and only accentuated by a whisper, "Our Ripper." Jack squeezed the trigger. The bullet pierced through easily, the close proximity of the barrel cauterizing the wound just as quick as it was made. The round embedding itself in the thick trunk of the jungle tree. The boy had no clue as to how his name became known in the rebel faction. Only that it did under the moniker Jack the Ripper. He suspected the soldiers based at camp spread rumors in their times of distress. Not that it mattered. Looking back, he saw the others quickly mop up the survivors one by one. Looking at his kill, Jack only now realized he had still been grinning, but as the enjoyment faded, so did his smile. Let's return. It took nearly 3 hours to trek the jungle, and by the time they returned to camp, the sun had begun to set. Their return did not go unnoticed. Like the disciplined soldiers they were, their guns raised, aiming at Jack and the others, eyes scanning the tree line. It was routine. Whenever a unit returned, another would be sent to patrol. It was systematic, effective. After being cleared, the unit walked into the camp, Jack adjusting the gauze pad taped to his head. Yorha's insistence on treating his wounds had been a fight he was always destined to lose. His eyes sweeping across the area. Barracks, a medical tent, a makeshift target range. Most if not everything could be found in this central camp. However, one area made Jack's eyes linger. A row of bloodied posts stood on the side of a flat area, pools of old and dried blood lingering on the dirt. It was common practice. Their first year in this war involved those posts nearly each and every hour. POWs did not survive longer than a day. Soon those who were captured, civilian or otherwise, found themselves tied to those posts and with the QRK unit's rifles pointed in their direction. It was a sensation never forgotten. Taking his eyes away, he strode further into the camp and towards the largest tent. 2 soldiers stood guard, their faces covered with balaclavas, masking everything but their eyes. Both men stepped to stop them, however a voice from inside the tent called, "Come in." It was a voice everyone in this camp was familiar with, and it was this voice that stopped the soldiers in their tracks before they stepped aside. Entering, the QRK unit saw the man who had brought them here. Jack and Yorha saw the man who raised them. With a salute, all 4 members stood at attention. Over the 2 years Solidus had aged, His hair nearly entirely gray, parts of his face wrinkled, yet calling him a feeble old man would be dangerous. Report. Solidus's eye never left the table set in front of him. Sir, 2 casualties, all rebels were executed. Solidus nodded. The report was simple, it always was when Jack was giving it. Jack, Yorha, stay. The rest of you are dismissed. His order was swift, and soon no one except for Solidus and the 2 children were in the room. With a gesture of his hand he beckoned the 2 forward. Intel placed an HVT in this village. Currently it is under rebel occupation with civilian residents in full cooperation. At approximately 0300 hours, the QRK unit will launch an assault on the front gates. Mission priority is kill or capture of the HVT. Solidus finally looked to the children, his body straightening as he stood. Walking to the pair, the man placed his hands on one of their shoulders. Good work, now get some rest. Dismissed. The 2 saluted once more before leaving the barracks. As per their orders, the 2 cleaned up, wiping their bodies with moist rags. The camp showers were only permitted to higher-ranked officers. Cleaning the dirt and blood off their body, the 2 dressed in white t-shirts and combat pants entered the barracks silently. Even if they had been out of the training facility for 2 years, their habits remained. Sitting on a single futon, the 2 sat, back to back, in relative silence, with only the sound of Jack rummaging through his pants being heard. Pulling out a small carton of cigarettes and a flip lighter, Jack placed the commonly called cancer stick in his mouth. Smoking was something introduced to him by the soldiers. Jack felt Yorha's elbow nudge him in his side. His newfound habit was one the girl did not like. Even without seeing her face, he could imagine the look she held. While it would look similar to her usual face, her eyes would subtly narrow, dissatisfied. Yet even this she couldn't stop. Using a now dead soldier's lighter, he opened it with a click. With his thumb he sparked a small flame to life. It took a second before the cigarette caught light. A long, slow drag filled Jack's lungs with smoke. Turning his head to the small cutout portion of the tent, he blew the smoke into the night air. The warmth of their backs was a comfort shared only between them. Never expose your back to anyone. Yet for each other they were the exception. Jack's lungs warmed with the smoke, though he did not offer it to Yorha. If any one of them should steer clear of stuff like this, it should be her. Jack stared at the night sky, then at his arms illuminated by the moonlight. Countless scars ran across his flesh. Some were near scars, some were old, and some he forgot how they had gotten there in the first place. It wasn't often that he reflected on before the SEARS program. Even if he did, the details were blurred beyond recognition. Only bits and pieces were ever stitched together, but they made no sense and only caused his chest to burn with anger flaring. His thoughts were cut off by Yorha's hair tickling the back of his neck. The 2 of them had grown, Yorha especially. To him she remained relatively the same. Her blue-gray eyes still calmed him, still showed emotion only perceivable by him. A sigh came from Jack's mouth before he took one last drag before tossing the cigarette out. Tired? He spoke, breaking the silence. He didn't know when, but eventually his voice had stopped carrying the gravel edge that had been characteristic for the past few years. His question was answered immediately. Not yet. Yorha's voice was quiet, still holding the softness his often lacked. Jack didn't have the words to describe it, but Yorha's voice held an elegance and gracefulness very few could have. Hearing her response, Jack nodded. The 2 hadn't eaten yet. Reaching beneath his cot, Jack grabbed a day's worth of rations he had stashed. Opening the nutrition bars given to them, he gave one to Yorha over his shoulder. The girl took it gently. As the 2 ate, they conversed. Jack, why? He knew what she was asking. The operation today could have been completely different. The teams could have been separated in a way that kept the 2 of them together. She was asking why she had to lead the secondary squad most away from the fight. No answer. Even though Jack had one, he didn't say it. He wouldn't say it. She already knew why. She had to. He had his reason, one that went past Solidus's teachings. Jack brought the nutrition bar to his mouth, taking a bite, filling his mouth with the bland-tasting food. Again the area around them was silenced. As soon as they finished, the 2 knew it was time to rest. Turning to face each other, Jack laid down first, his head pushed against the cot while Yorha's body lay on top of his. At the moment, holding each other did not have any other meaning. This is what they were meant to do. The ground pressed against his stomach was rough, rocks poking through the area unprotected by his vest. The hilltop they had been resting on was just out of view of the rebel outpost where the HVT resided. At his side, Yorha looked through the area with binoculars. Him and the other 2 QRK members had their rifles at hand. It was made clear that reinforcements would move roughly 30 minutes after the first shot was fired. Until then they were on their own. As such, recon had become necessary and no one other than Yorha could be trusted. Have you spotted the target? Negative. How many do they have in the outpost? 5 armed rebels at the entrance and around a dozen or 2 inside the village, civilians included. No visual inside the buildings, there could be more. The intel provided by Solidus had been clear that this was a major choke point held by the rebels. It was no wonder so many rebel soldiers would be stationed here. Yorha's eyes turned to look into Jack's, her hand placing itself against his bicep. We are going in. No plan, no escape route, with backup half an hour away at minimum. Making their way off the hilltop, dirt flying in all directions as the 4 made it to the bottom. Their strategy was simple, push and shoot until none were left. As the entrance got closer, Jack and the others skidded to a halt. Trying to fire while running would decrease their accuracy. The unit fired at once, showering the unsuspecting guards with bullets. They dropped quickly, crumpling in a bloodied heap. Their arrival was quickly noticed, however by the time the rebels had opened fire, they had already reached the village. Split 2 and 2, they took cover behind the corners of the nearest buildings. Jack stood closest to the exposed corner, Yorha behind his right shoulder, covering his back. The first bullet had been fired. It was possible to wait out until reinforcements arrived. That the unit knew. Hopping around the corner, Jack fired his rifle continuous, dropping several members of the rebels. His actions imitated on the other side of the street. Each time he ran out of ammo, Yorha took his place. Minutes felt like hours, rebel members dropping with minimal sacrifice on their sides. Soon, however, their effectiveness dropped rapidly as time progressed. Seeing the situation grew desperate, Jack knew that finding another way to gain a line of sight was fundamental in battle. Behind the building he searched, finding a window near the farthest corner. Turning, he tapped Yorha on the shoulder. Hold this position. Normally she would have debated against Jack but quickly stopped. Nodding, she took his position, taking a grenade from her vest before throwing it without its pin. Jack moved to the window. With the stock of his rifle he smashed it open. Pushing his rifle behind his back, he began to climb the windowsill, his hands being cut by the glass not entirely cleared. Hoisting his body inside, Jack inspected the layout. A long winding hallway, rooms on each side with a single staircase leading upward at the end. Making his way down, he checked his corners, opened every door slowly and listened for anyone else. Clearing the first floor, Jack moved to the second, only stopping once he reached the first door at the top. He placed his ear against the door. He could hear a voice inside, along with gunfire. Reaching for the door, Jack slowly and quietly pushed it open. Only one rebel stood in the room. Looking out the window, the older man was one of the many that had been firing on their position. Jack, placing his rifle on the ground, unsheathed his knife. Stalking up to the man, Jack angled his knife downward, his other hand reaching around the man's head. In a single moment, Jack's hand clamped over the rebel's mouth, his knife plunging through front of the man's collarbone and into the gap of his throat. The rebel dropped his gun, panicked, eyes filled with tears as he grasped at Jack's arms, struggles fading rapidly before he bled out. Placing his body on the ground, Jack went to sheath his knife when bump. He swung on his heel, unholstering his pistol. He aimed at a connecting door. He did not hesitate and fired 5 rounds into the wooden door. Hearing a thump, he stalked forward, opening the door slowly until the residents of the room were there to see. Cowering behind the dead body of an older woman, kids sat the room with tears streaming down their faces. None were older than middle school age. They saw him and cowered even more. Like the rebel yesterday, they too spoke of the name he was given. Leveling the barrel of his pistol, Jack had his orders. He fired until the sniffles and cries died entirely. Pulling away, the radio on Jack's vest crackled to life. Jack, 2 casualties. Yorha's voice broke through the commotion, anxious. Position compromised. They were all that was left of the QRK unit. Jack hurried, scooping his rifle off the ground as he took the rebel's position. They were slowly advancing towards Yorha's position. From this angle Jack could see what happened to the rest of his unit. Their bodies were scorched, nearly burnt to a crisp. It wasn't something an improvised Molotov or grenade could do, there was someone who could use their quirk effectively. Either way, it didn't stop Jack from firing down at the streets below, surprising the rebels as they were struck down at their unguarded backs. Fire soon returned at his position. Both he and Yorha still had 15 minutes. They will survive this fight. ... Her soft breathing tickled his chest. Her arms wrapped around his body tightly, right cheek pressed against his chest. She had fallen asleep with her body coated in a light sheen of sweat. Her weight on his body was comforting, soothing in a way. It had been what she promised, a moment of forgetfulness. But that's all it was. A singular moment. Jack's hand reached toward Yorha's head, his palm resting on her cheek, fingers pushing the locks of loose hair from her face. Revealing her beautiful face, his thumb caressing her cheek, lips and the birthmark that sat on the left side of her face. He felt it then, her head pushed further into his chest and his hand retreated back to his side. Even with her here with him, the terrible nightmares, every night, he could never forget. He was still afraid of the dark. Afraid of hurting her. Jack's head turned, the softness of his pillow just as uncomfortable as it always was. The moonlight filtered through the window blinds providing no escape. His mind was loud, his thoughts unraveling one by one. The rehabilitation center. It had dug up a memory. I want to be a hero. A dream of the past. One that had gone unfulfilled and one that will remain that way. Yorha shuffled in her sleep, bare skin rubbing against his softly. It drew his attention, he feared his restlessness had stirred her awake. That fear had gone unsubstantiated, her gentle breathing still rhythmic. They were no longer weapons. Or he hoped she at least stopped being one. Himself on the other hand. That name. Jack's jaw clenched. That's right, they had given him a name in the war. Jack the Ripper. He was a killer. He always was, always will be. He didn't want her to live like this. She deserved a better life, a different life, a life away from him. Yet she always remained at his side, even when he pushed her away, isolated himself at night. How did he repay her? He dragged her to yet another battlefield, into another war, into another army. It was still his fault that her hands remained covered in blood. War was no longer like the simulation games Solidus had made them play, nor like the movies he made them watch. It was only now he was able to realize that there was never a reason for him to fight. Until now, Jack held Yorha closer to him, pulling her even deeper into his body. He had forgotten because it was her. They had codenames now. His was Raiden. He could only focus on her. The wind rushed past the side of Raiden's face. His hand gripping a cloth handhold tightly. His body swaying with the movement of the plane. He stood over her, sitting Yorha. 2B, looked to him. Both of their faces covered by respirators. Neither could see the look on each other's faces, but that didn't matter. "Yeah, Raiden, I'm okay." Her voice came through his earpiece. Her slip of the tongue was a mistake that years ago would have been impossible for the girl to make. 2B's left hand slid past the harness strapping her body in and rested on her slightly protruded abdomen that in most cases was slightly visible. That won't be the case in another week, soon it would be far past just noticeable. It reminded him that regardless of her reassurance, his anxiousness would continue to grow. Raiden's heart thumped loudly, his other hand resting over the handle of his suppressed Beretta M9A3. This was her last mission, his last mission. After this, the Paradise Lost Army, Solidus, their fights would be discarded to the past. Yet even knowing that dream that was just in reach, it gnawed at him. Something bit his stomach, twisted his organs, screaming at him that this mission was wrong. ... His thoughts quieted once her hand reached out towards him. He had no other choice but join his with the one offered. The warmth of her palm, the slight thump of her calmed heartbeat, the strength in her grip. A deep slow breath came from Raiden, his body finally relaxing. Perches approaching drop zone. The interior of the plane bathed in red light. The pilot's voice in their ears spurred the two into action. 2B unstrapping herself was hoisted by Raiden's assistance. The two slowly walking towards the edge of the plane's cargo ramp. Below, the rapidly moving desert flow had been hidden by the night. The jump just a few steps away looked more like an abyss each second their gaze lingered. Bees. A loud buzz caught their attention, driving both from their thoughts. The red light flashed a brilliant green, and with their hands still locked they jumped. Diving through the air the two departed, the sounds of the cargo plane that carried them getting all the more distant. With their arms and legs straight they looked at the militarized base underneath them. The base hadn't noticed their approach, something both he and 2B were grateful for. As they descended from 35,000 feet in the air, the warm night wind pushed against their halo suits. The altimeter on Raiden's wrist quickly decreased in number, the hand making its way round. 35,000 quickly became 30,000 to 25,000. Each time the hand got lower in counting the maximum feet, the more Raiden's and 2B's legs and arms spread, slowing their dive by adding wind resistance on their bodies. The security of the base made a direct approach impossible. Their objective was not an all-out confrontation. Espionage was. The only goal was to infiltrate the base, get the information they needed and exfil before anyone knew what happened. The base gotten even closer than before. Looking to his wrist, he quickly followed the numbers before holding his hand towards 2B and counting from 3. They pulled the cords of their parachutes once all of Raiden's fingers fell. With the parachute shooting open, Raiden and 2B felt their bodies being forcefully pulled, their legs now pointed downward. Their pitch-black parachutes matched the dark sky as they neared the base. According to their intel, the west side of the base was the most unprotected. The mountain terrain inhibiting proper defense systems to effectively detect most presences, and the blind spot between the two guard towers was wide enough to slip past. Landing on the ground, the pair quickly unstrapped their parachutes and removed their respirators, dropping them to the floor. Their armor, weapons, and equipment were all unmarked and untraceable. Even if found, there was nothing to lead back to them. Using the descending mountain trails, Raiden and 2B slowly made their way to the chain-linked fence. Reaching to the small pouch on their outer thighs, both pulled a pair of wire cutters. Placing them against the fence, the two nodded. Before they started clipping, with metallic clinks they cut a small square of the fence, enough to slip through but not one that's easily noticeable. Pausing, Raiden looked to 2B before lifting the cut section, allowing her to pass through, her doing the same, letting him follow soon after. Now inside the base, all verbal communication between the two ceased. Rather, they followed the same instinct that had kept them together for years. Both took out their silenced pistols before they systematically made their way through the base, avoiding any patrols that blocked their path. They weren't here for a fight. All they needed was to recover the intel being used by the Patriots' underground research projects. Sneaking around the surrounding buildings, they didn't bother to check on the insides. Every building on the surface was an illusion. The real base was underground. The only building of any importance was the weapons depot. Of course, a pair of guards stood at the door. Raiden and 2B raised their firearms. Without a word between them, they fired simultaneously. In a near instant, the two guards dropped dead. Quickly the two ran toward the armory, and grabbing the corpses they moved the evidence out of sight. Taking the keycard off one, Raiden and 2B met at the door. Raiden swiped the card against the reader before he slowly opened it, the barrel of his pistol peeking through first. The door creaked as he pushed against it, but he remained calm, suddenly thrusting the door open. Pausing, both he and 2B surveyed the area, a word slipping from 2B's mouth: clear. Close the door and bar it off. Raiden stepped forward as 2B did as he said. Using the nearby crates of weapons, 2B pushed them against the door. Although they planned to be in and out, it would be best if they closed off a potential entrance in case things went wrong. Even if what Solidus had did was horrible, it was a fact. His lessons kept them alive. While 2B barred the door, Raiden searched the floor of the room, stomping his feet before reaching the end. Stomping, he heard a metallic thumping whenever his foot made contact. Crouching, he unsheathed his knife, stabbing the blade in between the concrete tiles. With some effort, the blade slipped through, and pushing up, the concrete panel lifted, revealing a metal trapdoor. Pushing the tile out of the war, Raiden beckoned 2B. Here. Looking at the second electronic lock, Raiden jammed the tip of his blade on the frame. Breaking it off, he exposed a plethora of wires. 2B. The woman stepped forward, pulling out her own knife before stabbing her knife through the lock. Twisting, they heard a click, the lock glitching, its light switching from red, green before it shut off entirely. With their knives sheathed, they grabbed the handles of the trapdoor, pulling until it opened. All sound disappeared as they entered the lair below, their hands never leaving their weapons as they ventured into the depths below. Checking each door and room they passed, Raiden's anxiousness returned and amplified at the sight of 2B's face. There was no decision to be made when he stepped forward, shielding her body as they inched their way deeper. No sign of guards or other life. It was like the facility was abandoned. What was worse, their radio contact was unable to breach the thick layers of shielding that was undoubtedly built into the base's very foundation. Raiden's jaw clenched even tighter, thinking to himself that he should just scrap the mission and exfil with 2B. Yet he pushed further until the pair reached a large open room. Desks, computers, all forms of machinery littered the space. A research laboratory. Looking at the area, the pair spotted a large machine carrying syringes filled with a metallic-looking substance, but that wasn't all. Raiden stopped when he came across a table filled with what looked to be prosthetic limbs. They all looked robotic in nature. Moving to the table littered with metallic limbs, Raiden's eyes swept across the table, limbs, a head, and a sword before stopping on the nearby computers. Project Gray Fox. It was a story, almost an urban legend. Gray Fox, a cybernetic ninja and former member of Foxhound. This was no more than a story passed around by soldiers. But what he saw here seemed to make the stories he had heard a reality. Across from the table with Gray Fox he spotted another name. Project Olga. Setting the what seemed to be the ninja's helmet, he stepped back. They had to get out of here and report back. 2BTHRRR Ga. A piercing high-pitched ringing invaded his earpiece, dropping him to his knees as he searched for 2B. Similarly, the girl screamed in pain, only for the pair to be drowned out by the base's alarms blaring to life. The door to the laboratory burst open, armed soldiers rushing in. Raising her pistol, 2B was the first to fire, her lack of proper aim only resulting in a casualty of 2 soldiers. Rapidly the large group approached 2B, their rifles leveled. Gritting his teeth through the pain, Raiden raised his pistol in his right hand, his left searching before grabbing hold of the sword that belonged to Gray Fox. Running towards the group surrounding her, he fired, his bullets finding their marks. 3 soldiers fell from his gunfire before his weapon ran out of ammo. Tossing the gun to the side, he held the humming blade with both hands through a 4th guard's chest and body armor in a single thrust. His rampage stopped when the remaining soldiers fired at him. Unlike what he had expected, it wasn't bullets that littered his body but small tranquilizer darts. The tips of the darts easily pierced through his light body armor. His vision grew blurred as he began fading in and out of consciousness. Falling to the floor, he could hardly move his body. Looking to the direction of 2B, the 2 locked eyes, Raiden opening his mouth. Before a word could escape his lips, everything was cut short by a hit to the head. Subject 003. Body is far too unstable. Prototype integration failure too high. What of Subject 004? Second vital sign confirmed from the uterus. No other abnormalities found. Most compatible after a removal procedure. The voices in the room roused Raiden from unconsciousness. His vision hazy as he tried to move his arms only to find them locked above his head. Struggling in his attempt to clear his vision, Raiden could barely see the layout before him. Several monitors lay at his side displaying X-rays of his body, or what he assumed to be his body. The name used as a label was different from his, Izuku Yagi. It was oldie familiar but foreign. Even this, however, faded from his mind as he saw her. Stripped naked, 2B lay on a medical table unconscious, a pair of doctors looming over her. Pulling against his restraints, Raiden yelled, "Yorha!" He no longer cared to call her by her codename, he thrashed, trying in vain effort to reach her. "Get away from her!" he yelled at the scientists. His yells reached the pair as they turned to him. Subject 003 is awake. How proceed? Yorha. Yelling her name again, he tried to get the girl to wake up, but his efforts proved fruitless. Even if she had regained consciousness, it wouldn't have lasted long enough. The machine-operated restraints hissed. Raiden felt something stab into his wrists. Another sedative flowing through his veins as the scientist spoke. Acknowledged. Preparing Subject 003 and 004 for transfer. Jack. Her screams. He had never heard her voice like this before. The fear, the anxiety. Opening his eyes, he still felt the restraints from before. No. It was much stronger. His arms locked in front of him, His back forced straight, his head locked downward. Only by pushing his eyes up could he see her. Yorha was held in a similar position. Her beauty face marked by tears that continuously flowed from her eyes. He grit his teeth. Yorha. The gap between them was far too vast. His heart rate spiked. The syringes they had seen earlier surrounded 2B, the sharpened tips pointed to her spine. As for him, an assortment of robotic limbs as well as doctors who took little time. It was then he noticed the 2 tubes that hung just near the temples of his skull. It felt like a pinch, then the pain that followed amplified as the cables stabbed into the sides of his head. Subject 003 ready for enhancement, begin the experiment. Head restricted. Jack could only hear the sound of a mechanical whir, his eyes capturing the distraught etched deep onto 2B's face as she thrashed in captivity. Her mouth opening with screaming, "Jack!" His body tensed, he couldn't respond with words. GGAAAAAAAHHH. His eyes snapped open, tears streaming down his cheeks. A blade, a fast-moving one, began digging into his neck while the tube stabbed into his temples moved, injecting him with a liquid-like substance. The heart monitors at the scientists' sides began going haywire. "No, Jack, please stop, stop." 2B's voice almost tore through her vocal cords. Her teeth gnashing like an animal. Her body constantly moving with no concern for her own well-being. The flesh of her wrists becoming raw. Raiden's eyelids began to droop, the strength in his body leaving. He could only think. Her voice still sounded beautiful. He never should have dragged her here. Subject 03's vitals falling, administering 1000 cc of epinephrine. The doctors wouldn't release him to an early death. His eyelids would no longer fall. He was made aware once more of the pain. Begin nano experimentation on subject 004. 2B's forceful yells were replaced by screams of pain. The countless needles surrounding her stabbed into her body at once, piercing her arms, torso, spine, and the base of her neck. Her eyes continued to search for his. Minutes passed rapidly. Although Raiden wasn't sure, his brain far too preoccupied as the feelings in his limbs began to fade from existence. For the first time, their training failed them. They were not prepared. Their bodies feeling like they were being eaten from the inside out. The burning of 2B's organs was unlike anything she had suffered through. Raiden's mind began to tear even further, and unlike 2B's, his continued. The needles stabbed into her body slowly retreated. Sweat dripped down her body, 2B's wounds closing as quickly as they had been made. A black substance crawling over the open lacerations before closing. Nanomachine compatibility rising. Subject 04's body has accepted full synchronization. She breathed heavily, disregarding the words of the animals around her, only paying attention when the next words that spilled from their mouths were meant for Jack. Subject 03's system is rejecting, preparing second phase. J. Ack. 2B weakly tried to look at him. The tears falling from her eyes only increasing as the sound began to start once again. No. Please. She saw what Jack couldn't. Above him, dripping with his blood, was a large circular saw. She saw it cut into him and she couldn't do anything to stop it as it began to spin with even greater speed. Raiden looked straight into 2B's eyes as the saw nicked his flesh, tearing it apart. His skin shredded with the serrated teeth of the saw, his blood sprayed in the air violently. The pain was completely unbearable. Nothing he had ever experienced could compare to what he felt now. Not even when his skin was torched or frozen. Why did he think of that now? The saw ate through his skin, exposing the muscles of his neck. The teeth chewed through the tendons, causing the tissues to fall apart. AAAHRGHA. His mouth frothed, the syringes in the sides of his head pumping his brain full of adrenaline, keeping it from shutting down. The saw got lower and lower until it reached the bones of his spine. Let him go. Stop. Stop it. She screamed hysterically, unbelieving of her own eyes as the saw continued to fall. Your AAAACKCKCCK. His fifth cervical vertebrae separated. His vocal cords, his trachea, everything in his neck had been severed as he choked in strangled gurgles of blood. The brace holding his head in place, keeping it from falling. Still, he was not allowed to die. They fed his brain oxygenated blood, yet he could not call out 2B, watching the girl's eyes drain of color. Ya. CK. She choked his name out through sobs. Strength failing to be found in her body. She had just lost everything. She lost him, her other half. Brain activity lowering. Begin phase 3. 2B couldn't hear another word. Raiden's knees bounced. Even sitting, the tenseness he found in his body was unlike anything ever before. Hands held together as he prayed to no god in particular. Forehead pressed against the knuckles of his interlaced fingers. His vision watching his right foot tap restlessly against the white tiled floor beneath him. His mind was racing with countless thoughts. Hoping everything was okay, that the fear eating at his heart would go away. Jack. A soft hand pressed onto his head, scrunching his hair, forcing him to look up. Yorha stared at him, her face holding a large smile. Calm down. She giggled at his panic, stopping only when he took her hand in his. Sorry. He tried to calm himself, breathing slowly. The last thing he wanted was for his panic to affect her in any way. Turning away from her face, Jack gazed at her body. The girl's shirt was pulled up, a clear liquid spread across her abdomen as a small device glided over her skin with a gloved hand as its operator. A doctor looked to a screen beside Yorha, showing a clear vision of her ultrasound. Anticipation building up in Jack's bones. Before, in the silent room. *Badump. A small heartbeat echoed from wall to wall. There we go. The female doctor smiled. She, along with them, was a member of the Paradise Lost Army. She was responsible for most of the pair's physical checkups after several missions. Well, here's your little bundle of joy. Moving the screen to look, a small still developing fetus could be seen in the screen's grainy black and white image. Placing a hand over her face, Yorha let out a few tears, smiling as she looked. Jack wasted no time grabbing her in his arms. The doctor only cutting through the moment with another question. Would you like to know the baby's gender? It was a resounding yes as the pair looked to the doctor. It's a girl. Raiden's mouth formed a faint smile, the light in his eyes getting dimmer and dimmer as the doctors overlooking him prepared what looked to be a robotic body. Initiate phase 3. They hefted her by her arms. She couldn't put strength into her limbs. Her vision covered by locks of white hair while her medical gown swayed. It didn't matter to them as they dragged her across the cement floor. Where were they taking her? What were they going to do? All questions that would go unanswered even if she had vocalized them. No matter what they did now, it would never amount to what they have already taken. There was a loud metallic bang before they tossed her forward, her face making contact with the cold floor. She didn't move, her eyes capturing the furniture of the room. A single metal-framed bed, her mind was not on her surroundings. Slowly her body curled into itself, hands going to rest over her stomach. Jack. Tears spilled from her eyes, streaking her already irritated eyes. The amount of tears she already shed should not have allowed for more. Yet she couldn't help it, her hands grabbed at her stomach. She couldn't feel her baby anymore, she had nothing, no one. The grip on her stomach grew stronger, nails digging even deeper into her flesh. Her chest ran cold, nothing to her made sense anymore. After this, it was supposed to be the beginning of their life. They were supposed to be a family, leave all the fighting behind. Her breath hitched, body unwilling to move with only her hands reaching towards her face. She lost her child, her other half, she lost him. They were one. Without him, what was she? Her own weakness, her softness, got both of her family killed. She wished for all of it to end. The regrets in her mind screamed, drowning any sound. They should have left the Paradise Lost Army sooner. They should have abandoned the mission even if that meant going AWOL. Her jaw tightened, this time her teeth gnashed. The Patriots. They took everything from her, their future, their child, Jack. Yorha planted her hands against the floor, slowly crawling, inching herself towards the wall. Sitting with her back pressed tight against it, she looked outward into the gaps of the bars, knees pressed against her chest while her arms rested on top. Her glaring eyes still spilling tears, like Jack. Her beautiful blue-gray eyes were tainted, in her iris a red tint flowed. Nails scratching into her arms. Her breathing slowed between her sobs. Her mind recalling his name repeatedly, wishing he was still beside her. The horror of not being able to scream is indescribable. Needles prodded his skin, stabbing through what remains of flesh he had. The lower half of his jaw being slowly sliced off. His bloodshot eyes watching the numerous Patriot scientists who toyed with him like a lab rat. Whatever it was that kept him alive did nothing to alleviate the pain as their sharpened scalpels dissected the back of his neck. Not helping when they methodically cut away his few remaining vertebrae from his spine. He wanted to pray to the god who he knew didn't exist. No magnanimous god would allow this to continue as it did. His head rattled, brain threatening to split open as the drilled and connected a robotic spine into the base of his skull, wires with no visible operated wormed through his brain. Overriding his neurons, connecting to his cerebellum, stitching his hypothalamus, usurping his senses all to his occipital bone. The initial operations as his skin was flayed had been unbearable, his eyes leaked tears. The binding of his nerves with the mechanical and foreign cybernetic spine gave him feeling. He felt parts of his body dangling loosely from the bottom of his head. He could feel the absence of his tongue, of his jaw. Each second they carved away he became even less of who he had been before. Brain activity high, spine integration successful, continuing procedure. Raiden couldn't fight as his head moved toward the robotic body before him. His new spine swaying with the movement of the wired brace around his head. Eyes capturing a standing body, waiting for him. In a moment it would be too late. Even knowing this he couldn't possibly fight it as his head lowered. A magnetic force pulling his spine downward as it slotted into its prison. Metal clicked his teeth. Beginning structural synchronization. There was a click. He let out another soundless scream. The artificial spine twisted, shooting several connecting spikes through the artificial body's back. Feeling. It returned all at once. Raiden could feel a torso, but it wasn't his. Pain still registered in his brain, like before, wires attached and connected throughout the robotic limbs. Everything combining into a single system. He was approached. The scientists drilled his new metallic jaw into his remaining skeletal structure. His ears being covered with thick metal plates that, like his jaw, were forcefully put into place. His white bloodied locks of hair contained as a connected glass visor was placed over his head. Over 3 days they pieced him together like a puzzle. Each limb came with an empty and foreign return of his senses. There was no sound or warmth of a real beating heart. His artificial blood they pumped throughout could not boil with his anger. He still couldn't speak, only watch as they continued to test him. Monitor him. Yorha, where was she? What were they doing to her? What would she say if she saw him like this? He was no longer human. No longer who the person she knew. He couldn't even retreat into unconsciousness. More and more they filled his nerves with pain through their forceful additions. It fueled his anger, driving it past the restrictions he had subconsciously placed long ago. He remembered the few times he had been this angry, the jungle, the birthday. No, he didn't want to remember. Not the time before Solidus, not the time before Yorha. Death would have been preferable, but he wouldn't die. Yorha, he had to see her again, make sure she was. He glared at the scientists, everything in his mind screamed. He was back in the darkness, back in that room, they put him here. Integration at 100%. They spoke without care, without regret, like every other night they left him alone. In the dark with only the displays of the monitors as his light. Unable to move he lay on metal slab they strapped him to. He heaved, the more he looked at his body, the more disgusted he felt. He didn't have a stomach to throw up. His dry heaving was his only brain-driven response, one that this cybernetic body would not cooperate with. He tried to move, his right hand's fingers scrapping against each other. Mind reading it as though he was touching his own body, but he knew better. The slight screech uncharacteristic of flesh. Metal colliding with metal. What his mind told him and what he knew contrasted, it was torture. Raiden clenched his fist. It was the most he could do in these 3 sleepless nights. Not enough. Synthetic vocal cords vibrating, making his words heard for the first time. The hoarseness of the voice familiar. But it was still not his voice. The testing, the experimentation, had gone on for 5 months. Her subservience to their orders just a ploy. The more they trusted and used her like a tool was another step closer. They cut at her skin, watching her wounds stitched together, cataloging and analyzing the nanomachines that coursed through her body. It strengthened her, made her durable, still they weren't in her control. Her rage continued to grow unchecked, mind continuing to unravel at the seams. Jack. He and their unborn were the only people in her mind. The only things in her mind. It was them that forced her body to move according to the Patriot's wishes. Why she endured the probing on her body, why she cooperated with their demands. Today, again they forced her to hold 2 blades. The new high-frequency blade prototypes. Perhaps it was done out of irony of her nationality. 2 swords, 1 standard katana, its handle white with black accents. Its dazzling blade shined in the range's lights as she held it in her hand, the virtuous contract. The other, a much larger katana, its elegance matching the first, its name, virtuous treaty. Their magnetic pull only adhered to her will. The Patriots wanted to turn her into their weapon. But she was waiting until the day she could shove these swords into their chests. She stood, still dressed in a white medical gown as an announcement came through the room. Begin. At the examiner's words, the test had begun. Around Yorha on all sides, 15 machines rose from hidden pedestals underground. Unlike her, they were not cyborgs but robots. Their only objective was to kill her as quickly as possible. The guns attached to their arms starting almost firing. Before the first shot could come, a robot met its abrupt end. Yorha's sword resting in its torso, the girl twisting the blade forcing the edge up before she sliced through the head, splitting the robot in half. Turning on the heel of her right foot, left stepping outward as she rushed towards the second robot. Unlike the first which had been unprepared, this one successfully fired. Raising her left arm in front of her face, she watched the bullets impact only to ping off and fall to the floor. Her right hand thrust outward, her sword flew through the air, spinning, the magnetic tether to her body still as strong as ever. She pivoted on her left foot, ignoring the second robot. Her smaller sword would do its job. Her second weapon found rest in her hand. Despite its size, she found no discomfort in wielding it. Even with a single hand, the unruly blade always found her mark. The third robot fared no better than the first. Raising her blade, she swiped, bisecting its waist in a single cut, through. She didn't stop letting go of the blade. With a swipe of her right arm, it flew as if unaffected by gravity. It sliced its upper torso and connected with the rapidly rushing fourth robot. It too suffered the same fate as she kicked her leg out. The sword's edge switched direction, cutting through their mechanical heads as she spun on her planted foot. She ignored the incoming fire that pierced parts of her gown. Remaining unharmed, she rushed the fifth, her left hand calling back her first katana. With both weapons in hand, she swiped down, cutting the fifth into 4 separate parts. The rest of the robots fared no better. Her skill with the weapons, the capabilities of the nanomachines, they all gave her the perfect edge in combat. The analysts watching were pleased by the data shown. She was in every essence their perfect weapon. No hesitation, no empathy. They only hoped their other project would soon follow suit. The test ended as Yorha's sword embedded itself to the hilt in the last robot. Her gown were filled with holes, but she remained unscathed. Her skin free of any blemish other than the scars that had been there before. Subject 004, excellent work, stand down. They gave their command. Yorha stood still, right hand gripping her virtuous contract. The tip of the blade pointed towards the ground as she waited. Hearing the training range door open with an undoing of an electronic lock. A single scientist stepped in. Their faith in her loyalty had caused them to become complacent. The man walked towards her, his face covered by a medical mask as his eyes were drawn to her katanas. Subject 004, your weapons. He gestured his hand outward, wanting her to place the first sword's handle in his outstretched hand. She raised her arm, entertaining the idea of cutting down the man. Now wasn't the time. Beep. A siren sounded through the facility. The scientist turned, looking at the one-way mirror, mouth opening to question what was happening when another announcement came through the room. Containment breach. Containment breach. Subject has escaped containment. The room flooded with red emergency lights. Yorha watched the scientist's unguarded back. She didn't wait. Her hand gripped her sword and she sliced diagonally. From the man's right waist to his left shoulder, her sword carved a clean path. The scientist's flesh opened with a spray of blood, painting her gown and hair red. She pillaged his corpse, swiping the security keycard attached to his coat. Slowly she made her way towards the door, her edge of her blade glimmering. Again he lay on the cold, hard, examination table. His eyes looked at the lamp that shined in his face. his arms moving without his input as the researchers raised his limbs. They examined his arms, twisted his wrists, forced his hands to clench. This was all too common. They tried to get him to integrate in his body, to move it like it was his own. He resisted. He wouldn't heed their directions. When they left him alone, that when he moved. 5 months. It was too long. They kept in this dark lab for too long. Subject 003. Report. They wanted him to talk. Wanted him to tell them that their job was being accomplished. He wouldn't give them that satisfaction, no matter their threats, no matter how many times they configured with his cybernetic body, making him more aware of its ability to synthesize pain. He wouldn't bend. Eventually they too would give up. They let go of his limbs and moved the shining lamp out and away from his face. He saw them, heard them. Subject 003. Still resistant to commands. They marked today's results on another chart. One of the 4 scientists that stood on standby leaned over his body. Those eyes, they irritated him. Subject 04's adherence to commands have given extensive practical results. Subject 003 will be marked as failure. The scientists talked as though he weren't there. It was at their mention of another subject that Jack's hand trembled. He could no longer wait. His right hand grabbed the side of the scientist's head, his spiked right thumb digging into the socket, destroying the man's eye as he gouged it out. Gaah. The man screamed in pain as Jack's body moved, his left hand going to all too familiar operating table, his hands grabbing the first scalpel it could hold. The blade plunged down and into the man's neck, hand raising and falling in repeated stabs, coating his hand in blood. One final stab, he dragged the blade to the opposite side. The first scientist's neck opened and his corpse dropped to the ground convulsing. The other 3 scientists stood in shock before the realization caught up to them. Before any could move, a second scientist closest to Jack was tackled to the ground. The strength of Jack's synthetic body easily pinning him to the ground, unable to move when the scalpel turned. He stabbed the man's chest. Hearing the other 2 shuffle in a panic, one escaping through the lab's main room and out into the corridor, the other pressing on an intercom, his voice yelling. Containment breach. Containment breach. Subject has escaped containment. His hand left the intercom just as Jack's attention turned towards him. Jack rushed forward. The lab they had kept him in, the very same one that they had captured him in Yorha. He ran to the nearest table. He plucked Olga's sword from its resting place. Like gray foxes, the high-frequency blade hummed. He pointed the tip of the sword at the scientists thrusting forward. The sword stabbed through the back of the neck, cutting his spine, piercing the trachea, the vocal cords, the throat, and resting in the wall past the intercom. The room blared with alarms and red light. Hand grasped around its handle, he pulled slowly, watching the scientist choke and drown in his blood with a red glint in his eyes. The first time in months, joy. He pushed aside the body, leaving the room and into the hallway. He heard a familiar racking of rifles, live ammunition, or tranquilizing darts. Either way, he turned his head down the right of the hallway. Looking at the 4 soldiers sent to stop him, he ran forward, the glass visor bolted into his head, collapsing to cover his face. Eyes covered with small black plates that lit up red. Vision augmenting. He could see the spikes in their heart rates. He could watch them flatline. Their guns fired live rounds. They were slow, unbearably slow. He swiped his sword. The bullets sliced, pinging as they made contact with metal. None reached him. Closing the distance, he slid, legs scarping with cement with a screech. Her swiped his arm, ears picking the choir of screams as his sword cut through all 4's ankles, crippling them as they fell to the floor without their feet attached. He twisted his right wrist to the left, the edge facing outward as he swiped. He gouged the floor, cut through the waists and torsos of the downed men. The death was instant, their blood splashing against his synthetic body. Many more footsteps could be heard. Unlike the previous, their bodies changed, their quirks activated. A colossal man stood easily above 7 feet tall, his skin entirely composed of metal. He was one of 3. The other 2 readied themselves. One's hands were engulfed in flames. The last soldier, serpent-like head hissed, the venom spilling from its mouth toxic. Even more obstacles. The steel-skinned man rushed him first, hand raised, confident in his ability. The swipe of Jack's sword crushed his hope. despite bullets and other blades having little to no effect on the man's skin. The high-frequency blade carved its way through with no resistance. From the knuckle to the shoulder blade, Jack split the arm in half. He placed his weight into the blade, changing its trajectory, cutting the rest of the shoulder and cleaving the soldier's chest. The quirk died with the man. He grabbed the body by its vest, tossing it towards the other two men. They were forced to brace as the body neared. The snake mutant watched in horror as its flame-fisted comrade's head fell apart. Jack's sword cut through the corpse and at the soldier behind it. His diagonal slice made the frictionless halves slip apart. He did not rest. Stabbing upward, he pinned the snake mutant's jaw to the roof of its mouth and through the ceiling. Left hand free, he punched the soldier's ribs, crushing bone easily and pulverizing the organs underneath. The soldier squirmed, dying slowly while Jack dragged his blade. More were coming. Dot, dot, dot. His vision grew hazy. He could hear screams further in the corridor, the blaring of red lights making the blood coating his body even more visible. His robotic feet splashing in the puddle of blood as he ripped his sword out of the side of another soldier's flank. Corpses littered the hallway and floor beneath him. He stalked forward. He ran through this facility, searching fruitlessly. The dark end of the hallway gave light to a silhouette. Like him they walked, swords in hand, their feet splashing in blood, their white gown they wore almost painted entirely red. When she drew closer, he realized who she was. His mouth opened to speak until his gaze turned downward. His blood-soaked hands. Except these weren't his hands. This wasn't his body. No. Not like this. Yorha drew closer. Her pale white skin bloodied, her locks of hair swaying as she walked. The corridor filled with bodies. The ends of her swords dripping as she stalked forward. The red tint in her eyes accentuated by the emergency red. Her eyes narrowed into a sharp glare. She could see another shadow. The grip on her sword tightened. The corpses surrounding them didn't matter. If they were with the Patriots, part of the people responsible, there wouldn't be any hesitation in her strike. The shadow cleared. White hair, that dangerous glint in his eyes. Her body froze, the swords in her hands dropping to the floor. Eyes brimming with tears. Jack. He heard the call of his name, his foot slid back. His mind racing as he dropped to the floor, abandoning the grip on his sword. She couldn't see him like this. She was stepping closer, getting faster, her feet slapping against the wet concrete. His left hand stretched out. She stopped her approach for a fraction of a second. Hearing his voice, "No. Don't." His hoarse and painful voice drew her closer. She walked towards him, ignoring his constant calling for her to stop. "Don't. Look. Go." His voice raised, but she kept coming towards him. He saw her feet in his peripheral V-zone and he. "Get away from me." It was the first time he raised his hand against her. He didn't strike her, didn't cause her damage, but he pushed her away. His head refusing to turn in her direction. He could no longer stand to be around her. This body, his life, he was only a machine. She should have been revolted at his appearance, at his violence against her. Yorha kneeled, her hands shakily grabbing his metal jaw. She forced him to look at her face. The tears in his eyes dripping down his cheeks and onto the floor below. Her own tears flowed as she hugged his head into her chest. Her face falling into his head of hair. Jack. She wept. She had thought she lost him. She couldn't bear it. She endured, but after she killed the Patriots her fate would have been obvious. She would have went with him. But he was alive. Jack's arms slowly reached around Yorha's body, his hands brushing past her stomach. Nothing needed to be said. He could feel its emptiness. He sobbed. Yorha. Her mind raced a mile a minute. The rays of sun beating down on her body. The nervousness that gnawed at her heart. A deep breath, and then another, chest rising and falling as she prepared herself. What if she failed? What would she do? She told herself not to think this way. He said she could and that she deserved it. The nervousness disappeared, her eyes gazing upward. Izumi, you dumbass, we're gonna be late. A smack on the back of her head destroyed her peace of mind. The noise of several students climbing the stairs, their faces carrying several different expressions. Anticipation, anxiousness, excitement, they all ranged, but the ash blonde in front of her held a look of anger in her ruby red eyes. Katsumi, I told not to hit me. Izumi shouted in protest at her friend's impatient nature. Tisk. Katsumi. Another stern voice joined the party. Shoya Todoroki, the dual-color-haired girl, glared at the blonde. You're too loud. Her warning had nothing to do with Izumi, rather it was the stares the pair received. Though the intent behind those stares ranged widely, from jealous looks from girls and horny perverted looks from some boys. The three of them paid none of the stares any mind as they climbed the steps to UA. Today of all days was the entrance exam. Although offered an exclusive get-out-of-jail-free card by her parents, Izumi opted against such a thing. She wanted to prove her strength on her own. Where are your brothers? Voicing her concern, she noticed the lack of two girls' other half. That piece of shit took your dad's recommendation just so he doesn't have to do this one. Katsumi popped a few explosions in her hands. He's a fucking bitch. Shoto took our father's recommendation. Always the opposite of Katsumi, Shoya's silent voice made sense of Shoto's absence. Scratching the back of her head, Izumi's sweat dropped. Weren't they the ones boasting about how they were gonna get the #1 spot on the exam? Yeah, until they heard you weren't going the recommendation route. Walking up the stairs, Katsumi placed her hands behind her head, eyes looking at Izumi, who was at her right side. It made sense. She didn't want to boast, but her quirks were unbelievable. It was almost a given that she'll get the first-year representative spot. Not to mention her training with her grandfather Gran Torino and her father. Izumi's thoughts got caught in her mind, her leg throbbing. Tisk. She stopped walking, catching the other girl's attention. Izumi, it's my goddamn leg. Her teeth gnashed. Even after it healed, that sniveling fucking bastard was still causing her trouble. Always reminding her that he had existed in the first place. She felt a sense of pain radiate from the large scar that marked the side of her shin. Her comment got a nod of understanding, Shoya going to rub Izumi's back. It only took a few seconds to the girl to pull herself together. Come on, let's do this. She readied herself, trying to place the single mistake her parents made away from her mind. Entering the large auditorium, the Izumi and all the fellow UA hopefuls sat in their seats, waiting for the written exam. I understand. Within the small spectator room exclusive for UA staff, Nezu gripped the phone in his hand tightly. His somber voice carried through the silence of the room as the voice on the other end spoke. Their conversation unknown to many in the room. The teachers could see that the sadistic nature of Nezu was completely absent. The animal's free paw writing down his conversation in words. His attention on UA's entrance exam was of the lowest priority. This was in spite of the number 1 and number 2 heroes' children participating. Accommodations will need to be made, and I cannot stress the importance of cooperation with the Hero Association. If what information you have given me is true, then something big is happening in Japan. Nezu's free paw left the pen it held to massage his forehead. These operatives you plan on sending. I don't intend to force their hands. It seems that it has been done far too many times. The curiosity of the fellow pro heroes only increased as the conversation carried on. The seriousness in conversation had not been lost on any of the pros. For Nezu to say something was big, it meant catastrophic. Even their attention on the exam faltered, with the only one brave enough to speak being Shota Aizawa, the tired man looking at the animal. Principal Nezu, should we start the written exam? Nezu didn't give the man a verbal response and only nodded his head, his chair spinning to turn his back to the hero. As for their way of protection, I would hope we can avoid unnecessary, traumatizing experiences. If and only if the Hero Association agrees with your conditions of hire, anything they need, medical or otherwise, will be taken care of here. With his approval, the other teachers were forced to tune out the conversation, going about their duties as midnight. Aizawa and Present Mike left the spectator room, leaving the rest to mull about and carry miscellaneous tasks, most of them in preparation for the practical exam. While the UA recognized staff did their work, pro heroes invited to watch looked at the monitors that displayed the interior of the auditorium. All Might and Green Telek's eyes seemed focused on their green-haired daughter, quickly and accurately writing down answer after answer. The pride found in their faces were only accentuated by All Might's elbow nudging against Endeavor, who rolled his eyes at the doting parents. Absent-minded conversation flowed naturally between the rivals and family friends like water. It did not stop until, "Are you absolutely certain?" Nezu's abrupt voice caused the room to freeze in a complete standstill. Never had any of them heard Nezu raise his voice. The animal spun in his chair, eyes looking at All Might and Green Telic, before turning away. Alright, okay, I'll see what I can do. It's been a pleasure. The phone conversation ended quickly thereafter. Today was a range of emotions none in the room had ever seen. Nezu's teeth clenched and a low growl emitted from his throat. Paws going to cover his eyes. Something in that conversation had disturbed the normally subdued chimera. They waited until his breathing slowed. How is the exam progressing? Snipe was the only one to respond. Very well. There is still nearly 30 minutes left in the written exam. We've had some early submissions from Izumi Yagi, Katsumi Bakugo, Shoya Todoroki and Tenya Iida. Very well. Inform me when the practical exam is about to begin. I must step out. He didn't leave room for any debate. Hopping out of his chair, the animal's quirk ran on overdrive. Too young. Far too young. A sense of pity welled up in gut. Even now a thought of enjoying tea proved to upset his stomach. He had to get into contact with the Hero Association as soon as possible. Hopefully, it wasn't too late. Izumi stood at the large metal gate, her body bouncing light on her toes as she stretched her body, the fabric of her sports bra and jogging squeezing against her body. Although the many students around her were dressed the same, unlike her they weren't prepared. Many were far too occupied with the written exam. She wasn't stressed about it at all. Her parents paid for tutors growing up. If there was a concept she didn't understand, then you bet she had the lessons hammered in. Golden Goose. Katsumi teased her with that name. The efforts her parents poured into her neared obsession, not that Izumi minded it. Because when all was said and done she was the most prepared. Get ready, little listeners. The practical exam begins. Present Mike's announcement rang over the area and the metal doors slowly pried open. Izumi was the first to move, golden lightning coating her body as she shot forward in a burst of speed. Eyes catching the presence of a three-pointer. It took little effort, her fist crashed against the metal plates. Vision capturing the moment the robot's steel exterior caved under her strength. A large grin split her face, her enjoyment amplified. This is fun. Dot, dot, dot. Her heels clicked across the ground. Skirt swaying as she walked down the brightly lit halls of her workplace. White hair cropped and held with a single black headband. Her right hand raised, her silk-gloved fingers pressing against the black cloth that covered her eyes. Despite that last piece of attire, it did not impede her vision as she greeted her colleagues as they passed by. A year and a half since. She wanted to forget. The hallways drenched in blood, her losing. She stopped, jaw clenching. With a shake of her head she rid the thoughts from her mind. Too much has happened in this short time, yet she doubted it would slow anytime soon. A deep slow breath, her stoic face betraying any sense of emotion. Far too occupied to entertain the countless individuals that roamed the halls, too occupied to listen in on any of their conversations. The short walk stopped once she neared a single metal door. The plaque beside its frame reading, "Training Room." It was as self-explanatory as it suggested. Still, this training room was unlike any other. The sounds that came from just behind the door would stop anyone from trying to enter. Not her. Placing her gloved hand against the handle she pushed it open, slipping inside before closing it again. Her presence was known immediately. When she entered, the velocity and angle of his sword changed. It was only by a small increment, but for her it was noticeable. The same way it was noticeable that his body had hesitated. Shoulder slightly angling downward, the cause of change in his sword's path. He noticed her but did not speak. His feet shifted and he sheathed his red sword. Hand pulling the sheath's trigger as the weapon shot out explosively. The arc it made in the air was aggressive, and if anything or anyone had been in its way, the result would have been obvious. It had gotten worse, and it broke her heart seeing it. She walked forward unafraid of the man swinging the sword. Nearing him she called his name, Raiden. Only then did his head turn in her direction. Her hand reached outward, touching his black synthetic body, her own eyes looking into his last remaining eye. She sought him out, going to the tips of her toes and pulling his head down to press her forehead against his. He refused to touch her. Arms still at his side, eye looking past her. Since the Patriots, his voice had stopped being his own, the one they remembered. Go. Live your own life. Not a proxy one. Those words never failed to anger her. What are you doing here? He eventually pulled away, turning his back to her, once again preparing to swing his sword. To turn his back was a Herculean task, his left fist clenching before it relaxed and grasped the handle of the blade. Just as he was about to swing, Tubi interrupted again, hugging his back, forehead against his mechanical spine. Hands grasped tightly against his chest. Question going unanswered for minutes before she let go. Boris. He called us to meet with him. He said he's got some information to share. Nodding, Raiden sheathed his sword onto his hip, waiting as it magnetically moved from the side and onto his back, angled just enough for him to pull it out with his right hand. He body turned towards the door, this time really looking at her, Yorha. Head shaking, cutting off his words as he strode forward, to be joining his side. The two left the training room and began to roam the hall in search of the command center. The walk was silent, no words spoken between them as 2B's hand intertwined with his. Her fingers lacing between the gaps of his unresponsive hand. It was a nightmare he could never wake up from. No longer was he able to genuinely hold her hand, rather she had to make do with this husk. Raiden closed his one eye, metallic jaw tightening. He couldn't give her what she wanted. Not anymore. Fortunately the command center came up just in time. Guarded by a maverick PMC soldier, who quickly let them through, the command room came into sight. At the monitors were people the pair were very familiar with, Courtney, a blonde white woman roughly 2B's height in their data analysis. Beside her sat Kevin, an African-American man, who supported them with both data, geographic and mission intel. At the head of the operation was Boris, a 56-year-old Russian man. He was the head of Maverick and more appropriately his and 2B's boss. It wasn't long ago when the two entertained the idea of retiring from Maverick, but they stayed, after all where else was there to go? Besides, Boris, unlike many other people in this world, didn't look at them with scorn, nor did he care for their lack of a quirk. The absence of a professional barrier was also noticeable as the man clapped his hands with a smile. Raiden, 2B, happy to see you both. Boris walked to the two, arms spread wide as his hands fell. Right hand on Raiden's shoulder and his left on 2B's. Neither of the enhanced humans pushed his hand away. Nice to see you too, Boris. Boris. A nod came from 2B acknowledging his greeting. You wanted to talk. Ahem. Ah, yes. Stepping back, Boris pointed his finger at Kevin Courtney. The second he did, the main monitor changed images. Your work against the Desperado and World Marshal came with its successes. The enhanced soldiers they used were a surprise, after all though only you two were such cases. After looking further into the situation, we've found the cause. As we suspected, both of these PMCs had backing, however the extent we didn't know. Boris braced himself looking at Raiden and 2B. Our investigation led to Japan. Remnants of the Patriots have been found in hiding and we suspect them to be the cause of the recent shift in villain activity. The Patriots. Raiden's fists clenched, his lone eye glinting with red as he glared in Boris's direction. 2B's reaction was no different. Yes, that is why I wanted to speak with you both. To us it seems clear that the Patriots are seeking to back an even bigger threat. Just as they did before. I've already made contact with Principal Nezu of UA. With prominent figures such as All Might becoming instructors this year along with UA's staff being composed of several well-known heroes, they may be struck first. All we await is approval. Boris paused, a sigh coming from his mouth as his arms crossed. At first, due to your history with the Patriots, I wanted to give this job to some of our other operatives. However, you both are best we have. We'll take it. 2B was the first to speak, her left hand finding rest on Raiden's bicep, calming the man down. Boris nodded. To break up the somber tone, he once again put a smile on his face. Well, then I'll let you know as soon as everything falls into place. Japan. Huh, I'm jealous. Yeah, we'll feel right at home. Raiden left with his sarcastic remark, his mind focused elsewhere. No one knew that the approval would come faster than anticipated. 2 weeks later, UA's USJ facility was attacked. The clouds passed by in a blur of white and blue. It was a short moment of rest, a moment where she saw the world with her eyes and not from behind her blindfold. Up here everything was devoid of deception or fabrications of any kind. It was the one place where they can avoid drawing weapons. A small sigh came from her lips. The private plane provided by Maverick jostling slightly with turbulence. Her left index finger rubbing against her left thumb, hand resting in her lap while her right cupped the underside of her jaw and propped her head up. It had been 5 hours since the plane had taken off, and it would be 5 more until they reached land. A land where neither held any form of pleasant memories from. 2B's eyes left the small window of her cushioned seat and instead focused on Raiden. He too felt what she did, his own eyes staring outward. His body covered by a thick 3-piece suit, to anyone glancing he would pass off as anyone else. She guessed it was due to the sensitivity of this mission. She didn't see him as unnerving, nor was his synthetic body frightening, but of course not everyone was like her. UA. It was a hero school that anyone in Japan would kill to get admitted to. It was there that they were headed. She ran over the parameters for this mission. They were to provide security for the UA first years and to investigate the growing movements of villain groups. Though the first was a secondary priority compared to the second objective. The Patriots, she thought they were done with them, but the hand in her lap raised to her stomach, teeth lightly biting into her lips, they were there in Japan. 2B. The call of her codename forced her focus back on Raiden, one of his metallic hands now resting on the table, palm facing upward and allowing her hand to slip into its embrace. He was changed from what they did, but Jack, her Jack, was still here. With her. The discomfort he showed on his face as he looked at his own hand fading once hers rested on top. The damage of the USJ was inconceivable. Nezu looked at the decimated grounds with a sigh. First someone had broken UA's defense, next files were stolen, and lastly, despite his adherence to Maverick's speculation, something like this had happened. The possible reasons were many. Momo Yaoyorozu, the only daughter of the Yaoyorozu fortune. Shoya, Shoto Todoroki, last-born twins of Endeavor. Izumi Yagi, daughter of the number 1 hero, and finally All Might himself. From the reports given by the students, All Might had been the target. That was not surprising. No one can become the number 1 hero without having enemies, especially knowing the past of All Might's quirk. What the animal hadn't expected was the attackers themselves. An amalgamation wielding multiple quirks, that was terrifying. A monster that could heal, was on par with even the weakened number 1 hero in both speed and strength. Getting outside help. This was a necessity. He was convinced of that, and so was the Hero Association. What would be the estimated construction time and cost to repair the facility? Nezu spoke to his side. Power Loader and Smentos like him were gazing at the destruction. Reconstruction of the urban city and shipwreck zones. Fixing the glass dome and updating security. It's hard to say at the moment until we get an even deeper look. I'd say 6 months, 7 at the most, of course that's with neglecting our other duties. Power Loader gave his best estimate regardless. It was by no means an easy or cheap task. Nezu sighed for the umpteenth time. I would like a proper and accurate estimation soon. Please submit a proposal by next week. The animal pulled back his suit sleeve, eyes peering at a small wristwatch. I really must get back to UA. Please delegate any reporters or press to snipe, ectoplasm, or if needed myself directly. It's been 2 days since the attack, yet all the news headlines could do was focus on this unprecedented event. He couldn't blame them, but that it did nothing to cure his dislike for reporters. Turning on his heel, he walked to the exit past the leaving and entering police officers, investigators. The identity of their attacks was still somewhat ambiguous. The League of Villains, students, even the injured Aizawa testified that this was their name. A villain with mannerisms like a child and in his hands a disintegration quirk, another had the ability to conjure and move through portals. They recruited dozens of villains with what seemed like a bottomless wallet. The animal replayed the warnings of Maverick. Usually the words of a PMC would be brushed off, but not this time. Villains were moving in mass. This attack was to be but one of many. Finally exiting the building, Principal Nezu's face stretched with a forced smile as he was ambushed by countless reporters that were held back by a struggling police force. Principal Nezu. This attack on UA, it was said to have been done by a villain group trying to kill All Might. What does this mean for the safety of UA? Are these not the last of these attacks? One persistent reporter questioned him out loud, a camera pointed in the animal's direction. Rest assured, we at UA are doing everything in our power to make sure an incident won't happen like this again. If you have any other questions, please have your stations contact us directly. His answer was short and he deferred all new questions to a third party. He ignored the badgering of other reporters as he stepped into a black Chrysler, the imported car's windows tinted black. In the back seat he looked forward past the passenger seats across and to the teacher driving the car. Present Mike looked back at his boss. Even the loud teacher could tell now wasn't the time to talk. Mr. Yamada, please take us back to UA and prepare to depart soon after. Present Mike did what was asked without complaint, the car rumbling slowly as it started. Arriving back at UA didn't take long, 10 minutes at most due to the private road that led directly to UA. The building, one that Nezu poured his entire being into, stood tall. Though at the moment he wasn't feeling pride, students almost lost their lives and not too soon since the semester had started. 3 teachers were injured and some students joined them. A sigh came from his mouth as he strode up the cement stairs. The USJ wasn't the only place undergoing repairs. The iron curtain that was UA's defense mechanism was undergoing a complete overhaul. The animal didn't enjoy what was happening, not to his school and not what it meant for Japan. Inside the main building of UA he went without an escort. He knew the layout like the back of his paw and soon he found himself entering UA's nurse's office. Principal Nezu, recovery girl, Chio Shuzenji, greeted him the moment he stepped inside. The elderly woman was the best doctor in UA. Her healing quirk was unprecedented in the medical field and her knowledge was second to none. She wasn't the reason why he was here, however. Giving his own greeting he looked to the 2 medical beds. In one lay All Might and the other his daughter Izumi Yagi. What was it that Nezu could say? Something had stagnated inside Toshinori, something essential. No one was who they were in the past, but this encapsulated Toshinori almost exclusively. Years ago the pattern had appeared. Although his title of the #1 hero was still rightfully his, that hero was no longer as strong or as fast. This was even without his injury. His daughter, despite receiving his quirk and training with the likes of the #1 hero and Gran Torino, had made such little progress that it was disturbing to think that she would possibly fight a villain that nearly killed her father. But more importantly, a secret son, brother. He would have called it crazy if this was told to him months ago. How was there a child between All Might and Magnetic that failed to shine in the light of day? Why did no one know about this? Nezu had tried to find out, unsealing records, birth certificates, but it seemed even the animal's pull within the Hero Association was less than All Might's. However, a PMC like Maverick didn't have that restriction and soon he had found out. He could confront the hero, but his tongue remained still when the thought was brought up. How are they? Recovery girl shook her head. These dumb fools pushed themselves past their limit. Izumi Yagi broke her 3rd, 4th, 7th, and 10th ribs. Left and right arms couldn't handle the output of her quirk and shattered with her attacks. However, treatment went smooth, so, after a week she'll be fine. On the other hand, Toshinori's limit dropped once again. We're awake. Izumi's soft voice carried over the room. Good. I want you to hear this, you stubborn brat. Recovery girl raised her voice, stalking over to the bed's curtain to rip it open. Both injured looked to Nezu. How is it they can hide something this big? Their faces betrayed the information he had. Something was wrong in this picture. Glad to see you two are awake. I'm surprised Magnetic isn't here. She stepped out and planned on bringing these 2 fools food. Recovery girl answered the question before anyone else could say a word. Nezu nodded before he stepped to the beds. Climbing a stool he stood at the foot of Toshinori's bed. All Might, your remaining time limit. How long? 2 hours at most, and it's only getting shorter. Nezu didn't miss the sad look in Izumi's eyes, the only girl looking at her arms with a dissatisfied expression. And your daughter's progress? Ha. Well, it's goin'. Toshinori was cut off by Nezu's stare. The animal was in no mood to hear a doting father exaggerate the accomplishments of their daughter. Her progress. The #1 hero's head fell, F5%. But she. 5%. Toshinori, this attack taught us many things. The villains we are now facing are unlike those that came before. Your time limit is getting shorter, you are getting weaker. Your daughter, despite having years of training, has had her power falter. I'm telling you this out of professional courtesy. The Hero Association and I have made a few arrangements. Private outside help has been called to intervene in this matter. As of now, 2 operatives of Maverick PMC are making their way here. After Aizawa and 13 have recovered from their wounds to attend, we will be having a meeting. I hope you understand. Nezu placed his paw on Toshinori's shin, the number 1 hero nodding. It only made sense that this situation warranted help, and if Nezu himself was saying it, the seriousness only increased. Turning to Izumi, Nezu bowed. Ms. Yagi, train your quirk. Remember that UA is more than willing to help our students achieve their goals. You have a large burden on your shoulders, but you cannot do this alone. Again the animal toyed with the idea of speaking a single name. Izuku Yagi. He wanted to see how they reacted but restrained himself. To do so would be cruel, not to the 2 Yagi family members but the one who didn't even know it. He stepped back as Izumi absorbed his words and nodded. A firm resolution could be seen within her emerald eyes. Her spirit wasn't broken, but nonetheless Nezu's words were not lost on her. The conversation soon ended with Inko's arrival, the woman's attention only focused on her daughter and husband. Leaving the family behind, he stepped out with Recovery Girl. Among every staff member there was few people who weren't afraid of Nezu. Chio was one of the few. Outside help and from a private military company. What's happening, Nezu? There was no reason to lie, and so he spoke clearly. The Maverick Company I've mentioned before, they were the ones responsible for the information on villain movement within the region. They have theories on who is backing these villain organizations, and frankly we have enough issues to deal with. That Nomu wielded multiple quirks. We only know a single villain who can do such things. If these forces have joined together, then we need people who have dealt with them before. And they'll maintain the security of the students. Correct. Targeting All Might may be their end goal, but in doing so they won't hesitate to hurt our students. Without the number 1 hero, Japan's defense would drop dramatically. You also heard, Izumi Yagi has yet to control even a tenth of One for All. There are no other options. I agree. Chio nodded. Every second the realization of UA's fragility became more glaring. However, can you trust these so-called operatives? Could he? It was a great question. He had gotten their files from Maverick, their mission records. They were brutal, efficient, and in most cases overwhelmingly successful. Still they were young, 20 years old, psychology damaged, but now was not a time to be choosy. Besides, maybe it was due to his age, his own past, that he wanted them to come here. You let me worry about that. Now then, it's nearly time for them to make landfall. ... The plane descending caused the gravity in their bodies to shift. Again her gaze was directed to the outside. Through her window she watched the aircraft break through a cluster of clouds. The beauty of Japan in full view, the ocean glittering as it reflected the afternoon sun. It was a common luxury that unfortunately wouldn't last long. Soon, that ocean would become another fighting ground. The cities on the edge of the beautiful beaches would fall in flames. This cycle, this frustrating cycle, always repeated wherever they went. Were they an omen of the times to come? Maybe. Her head turned and her gaze dropped to the table, her hands raising to grasp the cloth visor made by Doctor. She leaned her head forward and tied the material around her head, covering most under her locks of hair. She waited, her vision pitch black before it pulsed. Millions of small cameras focused her vision. The nanomachines coursing through her body reacting as the image grew sharper, feeding directly into her head. Raiden prepared in his own way, the heel of his foot tapping against the case containing the Muramasa blade. Neither expected trouble, but it was better to be cautious. Unfamiliar territory coupled with a lack of information was more often than not a recipe that spelled death. The plane got lower and soon enough the wheels made contact with the floor. The decrease in speed pushed Raiden back into his seat while 2B leaned forward. Coming to a stop, the full effects of gravity came back at once. The pair stood. Raiden grabbed the handle of his case, waiting as 2B took her own. His suit flexing with the movements of his body while he strode toward the only exit. She stood just directly behind him, the grip on her case growing stronger once the private jet door opened and Raiden's body became illuminated. His heavy footsteps echoed as he stepped down, their escorting Maverick pilot glancing at the both with a small salute. The first thing both saw when they touched the ground was a black Chrysler waiting. Standing in front of the back passenger door was the principal of UA. The animal, dressed in a black and white suit, stood on top one of the many members of the institution's staff members. Present Mike, and standing beside the pair was another hero, Vlad King. A show of power, of respect, maybe both. Either way they didn't take offense. In their time with Maverick it would be odd if their client had no form of security. It was even weirder if the look in their eyes were different. Raiden's left hand reached to touch his metal jaw. Even in a world of quirks they were the ones who stuck out. Principal Nezu. Reaching the animal, Raiden held out his hand, garnering a handshake in response. "We are the agents sent by the Maverick Security Consulting. I'm Raiden. This is 2B. It was a rehearsed script that the two had repeated many times before. 2B stuck her hand out as well, shaking Nezu's. "A pleasure to meet you both. Please." Gesturing to the car he had Present Mike move while Vlad opened the door. Stepping inside they took the seats across, 2B sitting on Raiden's right side as they watched Vlad and Nezu enter. Present Mike was again the driver and soon the car began to move. There was a plethora of things that needed to be said. This was the first time in UA history that a third party got involved in their struggles as an Hero Institute. Still no words came out, at least for a small while. Nezu absorbed the pair's appearance. 2B or Yorha. Her soft skin was pale, featuring clear complexion as if she were an android. Her build was athletic and standing at 5'6" with her thigh-high heels she held an imposing stature. Healthy would be the appropriate word. Her most notable features were her white hair and small birthmark on the bottom left of her jaw near the lips. Her attire too was formal if not a little odd. Foregoing another mention of her heels, her legs covered with stockings, her side-slit shortened skirt black with white embroidering. Her torso matched with its adherence to black, the chest area of the dress featuring an intricate design. Black sleeves with feather-ended texture as they met the white cloth of her forearms, all for it to end with a pair of black gloves. Nezu need not mention the cloth that didn't allow him to imagine the color of her eyes. Nor did he miss the large case leaning beside her. Then Raiden, Jack, Izuku Yagi. Which one was it? Who was he? He took his mind off this and again focused. The animal was glad to have dressed formal himself. Raiden's body was covered by a black overcoat, a white undershirt and a black tie. Legs covered by a pair of black business slacks. Shoes, metal plates. If he found 2B intimidating, Raiden was, it'd be horrifying to not be this man's client. The slick framing of the suit betrayed the lean domineering figure. Nezu knew the truth, beneath the cloth wasn't flesh. Beady eyes gazed upward, Raiden's metal jaw, the cloth covering his eye. Human cruelty was something he was all too familiar with. The two children in front of him unfortunately shared that experience. I'm certainly glad that Maverick and the Hero Association were able to come to an agreement regarding your presence here. I believe that with your assistance, a crisis like the USJ can be prevented in the future. It's our job, Principal Nezu. Regarding UA's security, the safety of your students, and investigation of villain movements, everything will be handled by us personally. 2B answered in place of Raiden, her soft quiet-spoken monotone voice diverted the animal's attention. I can guarantee that this is our one and only priority. It's a relief to hear that. I would love to offer you both tea and have every member of the UA staff and students meet you. But as you may know, recent events have made this meeting difficult. As per our agreement with your representative company, UA will provide everything essential, be it food, medical, and even board. Due to the sensitivity of this predicament we find ourselves in, housing will be provided within UA. As we speak, implementations of UA's dorm system have already been put in place. Of course both of you are an exception and will be given a disconnected housing near these dorms. I hope there is no issue with this. None at all. Raiden's lone gaze pierced through Nezu, regarding our methods of protection. Principal Nezu, I must make this clear, the men behind these attacks have made it known that violence is a first response. Maverick has heard your request of possible non-lethal methods, however with this safety is not guaranteed. I acknowledge the effort to spare your students from witnessing these acts early into their development as heroes, but it is in our discretion of whether or not the life of a villain is equal to a student or staff member. I understand. It was them who asked for help. What help they received was not to be called into question. It saddened the animal, to think a 20-year-old could say these words without hesitation. I hope for this relationship, however long, to be beneficial for both of us. We do as well. The rest of the car ride was baked in silence. It left Nezu to think as he stared at the two sitting across from him. He could see it, they were two halves of the same person, reliant on each other. But, what was their past? What did they know of their own lives? How much blood already soaked their hands? And did Izuku Yagi know that soon he would be face to face with his family? Yorha, Solidus spoke to her, breaking her out of her stupor. In her drug-addled mind was the recognition of boy next to her, completely unconscious. The sterilized air of the medical bay already becoming too familiar. It had been weeks, maybe a month since she had gotten a forced partner. She turned her head away from the unconscious boy, Jack, that was his name. Instead her eyes focused on the older man that loomed over her. He trained them once again, cut them with his knives, broke bones, and taught them lessons. This was the first among the many times that the man checked up on them afterward. Yorha, Jack one day Yule. The man's voice broke down, the pauses of his words unnatural, and appearance warping. This was a dream, a nightmare. Still knowing this did not help, his next words slowly dripping into her ears. Kill him. Her body grew, the med bay fading from existence, replaced by new white walls. The Patriot testing lab, she was there again, swords in hand, yet she could not see clearly. No doubt enemies surrounded her, even this she was sure of. But her greatest enemy was a beast with red eyes, a monster she was unable to comprehend. Her arms shaking, tired, unable to muster the strength she had once had. Sword glimmering when she strikes, it turns into a stain of crimson, nose stinging with a metallic odor while dust clouds her still warped vision. When the dust clears there is another. And another. And another. She knows her struggle is folly, but fighting this unending stream of enemies fills her with purpose. It always had until now. She stabbed her sword forward. Blade resting where the chest of the beast was. Vision clearing did she realize what or rather who she had been attacking. Jack gazed at her, blood spilling from his lips. He was back, no metal body to be seen, but that only meant her attack had found it even easier to find the gaps between his bones and pierce his heart. Her hands shook as she watched him fall back into a pool of his own blood. Dropping to her knees, Yorha's pupils shook, chest closing in, while a large hand grabbed her shoulder. This is something only you can do. A shaky gasp came from her lips when she awoke. Her body still laying on her right side, gaze capturing the empty void of Raiden's half. The bed under her was luxurious, built for comfort, one that it failed to provide her in the moment. Bedside clock reading 3 a.m. It was still early, enough so that even the sun failed to rise. The outside still dark from the bedroom window's view. Nezu had been true to his word, the housing the Chimera provided would be one that most heroes would be envious of. However, this was the reasoning behind her restlessness. Most Maverick contracts, if not all of them, they were battlefields. This place however lacked the tension-thick air, the threat of violence at every corner, the potential for something, anything going wrong. Perhaps that was precisely why it was attacked. It was unexpected. 2B blinked the last remaining remnants of sleep free from her eyes. The black negligee she wore shifting as her body sat up, eyes turning to the open door. It was obvious where he had gone. Sleep continued to avoid him. Had 2B not dragged him to their new bedroom he doubted that even the 2 hours of rest he managed to achieve would have happened at all. It was one of many faults of a cybernetic body. He would eat knowing there was no real stomach in his body and that the nutrients were absorbed by nanomachines. Sleep, knowing that the energy cells in his body would naturally replenish even awake. Bleed without the smell that once was so vivid. The circular saws cutting their way through bone and muscle. His sword doing the same to others. Always trying to be what he wasn't. No. Was he even at one point human? His inner voice quieted with 2B's steps echoing off the wooden stairs. Head turning and his one lone eye looked to her. Gaze lingering, until he forcefully turned away. She was dressed in her usual battle attire, cloth visor and swords absent, but surely tucked away ready at any moment to be equipped. His attire differed, a trench coat hiding his synthetic form. The meeting with the UA staff was to be conducted in 3 days. In the time between they would assess the security of UA, make adjustments if needed, and find out all they needed to know. It was like every other job before, the same routine. Or it would have Raiden's hands gripped the vanilla folder he held open. Inside was an extremely detailed report of the USJ attack. The details were alarming, enough so that it was no wonder that the Hero Association hired them. The Patriots were never strangers to experimentation or collaboration with shadowed figures. This, however, was different from their usual MO. Most of their experiments implemented the blend of technology. Rarely were quirks ever involved in this process, but it was not unheard of. With Gray Fox, Olga, 2B and him as the exceptions, the Patriots focused on quantity. That was why the abandonment of such a philosophy raised suspicion. This was only added onto the fact that the Patriots, as scummy as they were, operated under a veil of mystery. Such an open attack on a centralized institution was unlike them. Whoever they were collaborating with, this, all for one, mentioned in the file, did not want this same subtlety. Nomu. It was a being no heroes or even they have ever encountered. An amalgamation of flesh, a contorted figure of what used to be people sporting multiple quirks. It made all for one a dangerous individual, and with the Patriots' medical expertise needed to create this abomination, their connection couldn't be more clear. His eyes closed and metallic jaw tightened. It was just as Boris had said, they were here. The very same organization that ripped away everything. Now the Patriots were using their skills as butchers to make even more tools. This was unlike any other mission. Finally she reached him. Raiden, do you want to eat? Her soft voice nearly echoing in the almost empty home. Arms coiling around his neck and head resting in his hair. The slight tremble in her hands and the continued applied weight she pushed onto his body, told him everything he needed to know. I'll eat. For her, only for her. The sensors of his body immediately notifying the fading warmth as she withdrew her arms. It didn't take long for the kitchen to smell in the preparation for an early breakfast. Unlike him, she still needed all that his body seemed to abandon, and despite his inability she still wanted to share it with him. Dot, dot, dot. Her eyes were glued on the wooden training doll in front of her. Arms stinging in pain. Her 3 days of treatment were going smooth, but it wasn't fast enough to continue training. Flesh encased in casts, the side of her body throbbing violently. Again, like always, she stood in one of many training facilities on the UA campus. The early hour, along with the fact her parents had access, meant that she was alone. It left her in a peaceful isolation. The USJ, the mental recollection of the incident alone caused her wounds to ache even more. Prepared, she thought she was. Trained by 2 pro heroes ever since her quirk manifested, given one of the most powerful quirks to ever exist. Nothing should have stood in her way. Azumi's teeth gnashed and her head fell. That Nomu, that villain group, they pushed her father to his limits, injured Aizawa and 13, nearly killed Asui. Most importantly, she lacked the strength to even properly stop them. One for all, it wouldn't grow. Even Principal Nezu knew this, picked it apart, and what the animal said was right. She had not gotten better, and this truth frustrated her to no end. What did she do to deserve this? She wasn't like those quirkless freaks. She was supposed to be stronger than them. But those villains made her and the rest look like jokes. Fuck. Her foot collided with the ground under her, unintentionally drawing on both of her quirks, foot gouging part of the cement floor and the resulting debris shooting outward rapidly. Like a shotgun blast, the wooden training doll splintered in her attack's wake. Though her frustration was drowned by the pain, she stopped moving, crouched on the floor, trying to soothe her body. Luckily, it seemed as though another early visit to Recovery Girl's office would not be needed. Her kick failing to even reach its 5% benchmark. It was weaker and her chest burned. That information doing nothing to soothe her screaming mind. I'm All Might's daughter, his successor. It was the loudest thought in her head. She was going to be the new number 1. Her internal rambles only silenced as the door to the training facility creaked open. Rising to her feet, the girl slowly looked to the 2 who entered the space. Body relaxing as she saw who entered. Her father limping and support by her mother slowly made their way inside the training facility. A pained smile on Toshinori's face that didn't reach his eyes as he looked to her. Mom, Dad, their arrival was odd due to the attire they wore. All Might's skeletal form covered loosely by his hero suit, his mother also wearing her own. There was no conceivable reason the girl could think of that would have the wearing their suits so early. School was still closed, at least for another 4 days, and her mother's patrol hours didn't begin until the afternoon. Nor did the girl miss Inko's tight grip on Toshinori's arm. Her face tense. Izumi, sorry sweetie, we didn't mean to interrupt. The apology slipped from Inko's mouth naturally. The distance between the family slowly closed with each step. Izumi shook her head in acceptance before her mouth opened once more. What's happening? Her eyes once again glancing towards their hero costumes. A meeting. Toshinori's pain-voiced reached his daughter's ears as the man attempted to stand straight. Principal Nezu's made some arrangements with an outside organization because of the USJ. He wants us to meet them before school resumes. Nothing was hidden from Izumi despite the sensitivity of the situation. After all, this directly involved the girl and her future as a hero. Outside help. Like foreign heroes or, how many? Izumi questioned loudly, head tilting in confusion. Of course the environment was serious, the possible resurgence of All for One was nothing to scoff at, but outside help. How big or powerful were these heroes that even with All Might and herself did Nezu feel as if they were necessary? A small hint of irritation seeped into her voice. The small irritation didn't go unnoticed. Sweetie, please, calm down. If Nezu thinks it's right, it most definitely is. Besides, it's not what you think, they aren't heroes and it's only two. From what we've been told so far, they are a security consultant. But we still need to meet them regardless. Inko's explanation only partly soothed the feelings of Izumi. Tisk. Turning away from her parts, Izumi's eyes fell once more on the broken training dummy. When does this meeting start? In an hour. Sorry, but I don't think we'll be able to take you home yet. Could you wait here? Toshinori spoke, one hand resting on Izumi's right shoulder. Izumi's eyes remained on the jagged edges of the splintered wood. Had it not hurt to clench her fists, she would have until her nails dug into her palms. What would security consultants do that she or her family couldn't handle? The entire premise of the meeting she just learned about made no sense. Jaw tightening. Yeah, sure. So weak that we need outside help. It was like Nezu purposefully did this to mock her. Did her training really amount to nothing? Couldn't fight the Nomu, couldn't defend her father, it was not enough. We'll be back. Inko and Toshinori left with one last smile as the two turned away and headed towards the exit. Their footsteps echoed in the pristine halls of UA. No students to be seen, teachers, or janitorial staff. It was almost abandoned, yet the building breathed with life. It was hard to imagine himself roaming these halls, that small voice in the back of his head as the Patriots cut him open. I want to be a hero. A small childish voice echoing, much like his footsteps. Why was he thinking of it now? As you may have seen during your assessment of UA and the campus, security measures are among the highest priorities. Nezu, UA's principal, led both Raiden and 2B through the halls. The animal's voice breaking through Raiden's momentarily lapse. It was just as Nezu pointed out, in the days they inspected the grounds it was no doubt one of the most secured areas on the planet. Technologically advanced, cameras, sensors, there was almost nothing that the security of UA didn't have. Still they were bypassed, data files stolen from the principal's office no less. Even the USJ was compromised, communications and sensors jammed. It was of little surprise regarding who they were dealing with. Still that only further caused their concern to grow. All heroes are in attendance, correct? 2B looked down at the small animal who without turning nodded. Yes, however some are still injured, so please forgive any unsightly appearances or attitudes. I hope they do the same. His comment was met with silence. It would take only a glance to see past the suit and realize what was underneath. In the silence 2B and Raiden inspected the passing rooms. Different sections for different forms of students. Hero, support, business, the list carried on. Eventually UA's war room came into view. Nezu stopped, hand knocking twice on the door. Noise inside the room shifted to silence before he slowly opened it. Finally in view was a large U-shaped desk. Sat all around were UA's staff and heroes. 13's skinny frail body heavily bandaged, her galaxy blue hair sporting a blonde patch. Beside her, Aizawa, the man's face, arms, and body wrapped in bandages as well. A single, bloodshot and blood-stained eye peering through a small gap narrowed in suspicion. When both he and 2B entered, time seemed to stand still. Most of the pros' eyes drawn to not only their appearance but their weapons. Raiden's Muramasa blade attached to the hip. 2B's own swords magnetically balancing just a few inches from her back. There was not a word spoken until Nezu gestured for them to stand near his chair. The animal quickly taking a seat. Now before we begin this meeting, I would like to introduce our guests and new security personnel. They members Maverick's security consultation. Nezu's left paw gestured, Raiden. His right paw was next, 2B. He paused, eyes glancing at the reactions of the heroes, meeting gazes of equal parts curiosity and wariness. With the cooperation of the Hero Association and myself, these two will provide security for our hero students. The attack of the USJ, as many know, was an attack we were not prepared for. The Hero Association. Raiden's gaze swept over the heroes. Even they were people of interest. As such he would engrave they. His breathing faltered, a pressure compiling on his shoulders. An electric blue gaze, blonde hair, imposing figure. Emerald eyes, green hair, that smile. He'd seen these features before. He blinked before looking away from All Might and Magnetic. Nezu's voice once again reaching him. And I believe that this attack is going to be one of many. That, and with the information provided by Maverick's intelligence, there are those who are actively supporting villain movement within Japan. Goals unknown, however both Raiden and 2B have encountered similar opposition in their careers. With them some light and maybe a resolution could be reached before things get out of hand. They will shadow the Hero Course students, more specifically Class 1A and all teaching staff. Nezu's voice faded and 2B's picked up where he left off. We are here to ensure the safety of UA above all else. However, for the sake of transparency, we are not heroes, we do not operate under your moral and lawful actions. In the service of safety and our duty in the preservation of your students, there will be no hesitation in doing what is necessary. Approved or not, we will ensure the protection of both staff and students. What measures exactly? The first to voice a complaint was Aizawa, his injured body turning to face the two. His pained eye scrutinizing the weapons they carried. A third party being involved with UA affairs was alarming enough, but a third party that showed seemingly had no hesitation to take things to the extreme did not bode well. His question raised many more. What exactly were the limits of the man and woman who will be responsible of guarding impressionable and impulsive students? How far could the two go? Their weapons, the way they stood, many veteran heroes could tell that the two have killed. The air around them was oppressive. However, neither 2B or Raiden answered. They had already made their position cleared, and Nezu with a raised paw shut any discourse. This was not a decision made lightly, Aizawa. As the staff of UA, not only must we facilitate the growth of our students but ensure their safety. Now then, going forth in this meeting, we must discuss what to do from here on out. Nezu tone made the very air shift. Some have expressed the desire to delay and even cancel the upcoming sports festival due to this attack. However, I believe otherwise. Nezu, sir. All Might's voice boomed. Loud. All too familiar. Raiden's gloved hand reached to his face. The voice, the look. Where has he seen and heard this before? NGH. 2B was quick to throw a small glance at Raiden, watching him intently. All Might, settle down. The animal's eyes glanced to the side. Izuku Yagi. He was reacting. The sports festival is a celebrated and televised event. Never before has it been cancelled or delayed. Many of you should know that this school event is not just an opportunity for our students to improve, but an opportunity for them to be scouted by hero agencies in the hope that they could improve even more. Taking such an event away from the public and our students would show the villains that UA can falter, and it highlights our vulnerability. As such, I believe we must carry on. Raiden, 2B, I would like to hear your opinion. With a small shake of his head, Raiden cleared the swarming thoughts that scrapped at his mind. It's just like you said. Delaying or cancelling the sports festival would do more harm than going forward with it as planned. As of now, it's highly unlikely that anyone would attack during the sports festival. The amount of top agencies and heroes would be in attendance could deter any rash attacks. From the files of the USJ, that Nomu was a one-of-a-kind creation. Otherwise, more would have been brought in to overwhelm the students and heroes. However, we cannot say for certainty that an attack won't happen. 2B's cold tone cut through the air as she gave a brief pause. If Maverick's intelligence is to be believed, the group we are facing are no stranger to subtlety and are not against proper a show of force. Rather, anyone in this room can or already is compromised. They have no restriction in how far they will manipulate and bend anyone or anything for their use. Even students are susceptible. With the state-of-the-art security, the fact the League of Villains were able to access your files is proof of this possibility. The swords on her back shifted ever so slightly to increase how easy it would be to draw a blade. Raiden's feet shifted slightly as well, left hand falling to grasp the trigger of his blade's scabbard. That's absurd. Vlad King smacked his fist against the table. The hero's outburst echoed within the room. Are you really suggesting that we can't trust our own colleagues? Our students? That's just paranoia, dangerous thinking? His sharp eyes glared at 2B's covered stare. Her expression betrayed any emotion, icy tone not breaking under the hero's gaze, underestimating any enemy. Especially this one will be the downfall of all of us. We were brought here because we know this enemy better than anyone. You maybe already be their pawn and not know it. Trust or distrust, all that changes is the angle you're stabbed. You're crossing a line. Vlad doubled down on his protest, other heroes agreeing with Vlad. It was ridiculous to think that anyone in this school would be so morally flexible that their allegiance flips from an outside influence. Enough. It had been Aizawa's tired voice interjected. Pain etched as he shifted his body uncomfortably in his chair. We're here to discuss preparations, not throw accusations. Still. Vlad, we'd be fools to believe that all of us are so steadfast in our integrity. We all have secrets, weaknesses, exploitation is possible. They'll exploit all they can. Reshape you until you are what they want you to be. As such, we can't take any chances. Understand, we don't ask you to suspect your fellow heroes. All we say is that vigilance is the only way to stop a collapse. Nezu nodded at their words. As you've heard, even if you have your suspicions or hesitations, this is a necessary precaution we must take. Our focus should be on the security of the sports festival. Like years before, heroes from several agencies will patrol the outskirts of the arena. Other heroes will be responsible for the interior. Aizawa, 13, due to your injuries you'll be excluded from patrol routes. Instead, focus on your recovery. We'll make our own preparations as well. Very well, that puts me at even greater ease. The meeting carried on with Raiden and 2B as spectators and Nezu's guards. Committing names to faces, gauging their small subtle body movements. Everyone in this room had the potential to be another Patriot spy. Even if they weren't, Raiden couldn't take his eyes off two in particular. Where in his fragmented memories did he recognize their features? Her breaths tickled the hairs of his neck, heat spreading through his body and a shiver running down his spine. The roughness of their hands joined together, calluses grinding against each other, refusing to break contact. Fingers laced together tightly with eyes locking. Emerald to blue. The whites of their iris absent of their characteristic bloodshot. Soft gasps of air playing like a symphony meant only for him. Their first time, fragile, precious. There was no mission, no war, no blood. Her lips pressed against his in desperation. Perhaps she had noticed that for a fraction of a second his mind had wandered. She grounded him. Kept him as himself. Her pale white skin that coated with light sweat, glowing from the moonlight. Her perfect, angelic features with no blemishes. Wishing it lasted for an eternity. Her lips parting with faint exhaustion. Jack. Looking at her reminded him of what he really wanted. At the moment, without her, all he was left with was this being of artificial design. Eyes that failed to resemble anything that held a shred of consciousness. A monster born with only a singular purpose: to kill and destroy on behalf of the orders given. Did it have any of its own thoughts? Or did it drift from one thing to the next? In what sterilized white-coated room was it born in? How much longer until he realized that the mirror he looked into wasn't one at all? Raiden. He looked to his right, gaze lowering near the floor. Nezu stood, beady eyes pointed forward, peering through the one-way window. It was a storm of bureaucracy to just even get into this room. To see the Nomu that All Might had defeated at the expense of his own well-being. Precautions had been taken, and if not for Nezu's own reputation, this would have been even farther away. Yes. I believe we won't learn anything else. Nezu spoke with a sullen tone. Missing the entertainment that was no doubt happening at the currently ongoing sports festival. One where 2B stayed in attendance for. All attempts at verbal communication yielded no results. It has no sense of hunger, exhaustion, or thirst. As such, we've allowed this special occasion with the Hero Association's permission. Nezu's paws straightened the tie of his blazer. He looked to the guards of the White Room and with a nod they unlocked the door. The unresponsive Nomu stood still, a straight jacket affixed over its body and a muzzle on its long bird-like beak. Without orders, its body was manipulated easily. Putting it in such a position had been the easiest part of its arrest. Once he entered the room he noticed the beast's faint rise and falling of the chest. It breathed but only slowly. On average a human breathed 12 to 16 times a minute. The Nomu decreased this number by a factor of 4. It was not breathing of its own volition, rather it seemed programmed and almost mechanical. His eyes had narrowed. Had this been his path? Had the Patriots accomplished their goal? Would they have done this to 2B? Fingers curling into his palm he had to quickly rid the thoughts from his head. Stepping closer he was grateful for this opportunity. To clear his suspicions, to clear the whisperings of his restless mind. Too many things had failed in making sense. Why All Might and Green Telic had seemed familiar. He could neither be given or find the answer. 2B worried for him, the past few weeks filled with sleepless nights. She never said anything but she knew. To take his thoughts away from her was a task in and of itself. Right hand reaching upward he grabbed the unresponsive Nomu's face. The patchwork of the being was not rough in the slightest, it was professionally done by butchers native to this field. It was extensive and despite the purple discoloration of human skin, it was undoubtedly once a person, or rather multiple people. The work of butchers, skillful ones, resistance meeting his closing grip, the elasticity of skin completely missing. It was like he had been pinching a corner of a wall. His sharpened index finger scratched, a metallic grating filled the room. What hadn't the Patriots implemented this monster with would have been a shorter list. He had reread the file over and over again. All Might's testimony. The Nomu was strong, boasted speed nearly on par with the #1 hero. It regenerated limbs, head, and torso. Fire, ice, explosives, blunt force, none of the methods tried had truly taken it out of commission. Even Eraserhead's quirk did not work effectively. This could have been blamed on a single thing. Nanomachines. However, this technology had its limits. He and 2B knew that better than anyone. Besides, if this was the case, what was the purpose of combining multiple people into a single form? It was a waste of precious testing materials. So it only made sense. Quirk research was among the most sought-after fields, and what could be better in their eyes than total control over such an integral part of society? One that controlled the path you lived on. Accomplishing what could only be theorized, the Patriots had more than enough to monopolize the entire world. But how was it only now that they had finished this project? Whoever was backing them, or whoever they backed, they were powerful, more so than ever before. His right hand fell to the handle of his blade. It was a smooth draw, and soon enough the room drowned in a small hum. Remember, Raiden, we cannot risk fatal injuries. Nezu's voice pointed out the obvious. Raiden had no intention on killing the Nomu, at least at the moment. If this thing was the Patriots' ace in the hole, there was no possible way it would be the last. The red glint of his high-frequency blade drew the eyes of everyone. Slowly he raised and pressed the edge on the Nomu's neck. It did not anticipate a single thing. It remained, frozen in place. Nezu watched silently, hands folded. He was again met with the same resistance before he pushed and slid his weapon back. Slitting the throat of the beast, he saw no reaction. As Nezu had said, there was nothing in there that resembled a tangible existence. No warm blood spilled from his open neck, no sound escaped its beak. His blade could still cut through the nanomachines. A good sign that the Patriots' technology hadn't advanced too far. Even better, he could distinctly slow the regeneration it championed. Would it be enough? How many were there? Can the Patriots improve upon this monstrosity? When one question was answered, 5 more appeared. Nothing was ever so simple. He slowly sheathed his sword. To what extent did the Patriots control? I'm finished. He spoke, and without a second of pause Nezu responded. Very well. We're just in time for the second event of the sports festival. Like a switch had been flipped, Nezu's wariness and turned into glee. Though Raiden knew the animal was not being cautious. Even as he stepped away, the Nomu's frozen, unseeing eyes followed him in his mind. How many more? He exhaled, pushing the thought down as Nezu turned to leave. He followed, not enjoying the return to UA. It hadn't taken them long. A single step, a single night of restless sleep. She knew. The roar of the stadium, thousands of voices blending into one deafening wall of sound. Banners rippled in the wind, confetti rained from above. None of it reached her. Thoughts drowned out by the cheers of the masses. Their faces a blur as they cheered. Smiles on their faces, arms raised. They enjoyed concessions, marveled at the attendance of heroes. Would they have enjoyed this too? Perhaps in another life would they have been in the audience enjoying what the rest were, or better yet in the stadium. Enjoying the youth they missed. Her chest coiling as she watched. Neither of them belonged here. This would have never been their future. A small, imperceptible sigh came from her slightly parted lips. Air still cold biting her face as she gazed upon the stadium with narrowed eyes. Civilian, hero, student. Some of them could be patriots, maybe none of them were. However, if she believed that God's cruel joke was still going, perhaps all of them were and did not know it. This was just another game to drive them even further. If she could, she would have asked, would it ever end? Can they ever stop being just another set of pawns in this indifferent game? Yeah, that was an explosive first round. Now then, it's time for the second game. The roar of the stadium crashed back into focus, President Mike's voice booming over the loudspeakers. The contrast was almost jarring. Her eyes looked past the darkened tunnel and onto the festival field. She had to stay on ground, in case anything even small had occurred. The students lined up before a large center stage. Neither she or Raiden had met them face to face yet. Instead, all information had been given via student profiles. Raiden had looked at them more closely than she had. Izumi Yagi, Katsuki and Katsumi Bakugo, Shota and Shoka Todoroki. These 5 out of the 22 were the only ones that got his attention. And after that, the nights grew restless. He sat up more often, eyes open, unseeing. Pupils trembling like they had in the past. What made it worse was the confusion she saw as he panicked into the early hours of the morning. His body would tense, fingers twitching in search of a blade that wasn't there. His breathing would be rapid and it didn't matter what she tried. Too fast, too sharp. None of her words could reach him. All she could do was watch, trapped outside of his nightmare. She had to tear her eyes away from the group of students. It took effort, more than it should have. Even if it wasn't intentional, they had done something irreparable to Raiden. Her gaze shifted to the hero Midnight, the teacher explaining the next game with the backdrop of cheers. 2B barely heard a word, her stare focusing on the large display that appeared on the stadium's many Jumbotron T-verses. The second game had a simple premise, hunt the largest points with first place having 1 million. It was becoming even harder to believe that the students were only a few years younger than her. By this age, their hunts warranted little celebration or enthusiasm. Anything of note. A low and pained voice came through the tunnel. Shota Aizawa limped in her direction. The injured underground hero had abandoned the announcer booth. Concern weighed heavily in his voice, not for her, but for the students. The distrust was still there, not that she could blame him. The feeling was mutual. Patriots were not new to the idea of hurting their own to further their goals. None of the UA faculty could be trusted as they were. The only slight exception was Nezu, but that was still to be seen. UA's principal was assisting them now. However, allegiances change. 2B's crossed arms fell, realizing it had been too long before she answered. Nothing. The constant chattering of the outside patrolling heroes buzzed in her left ear. They had bugged all communications of the contracted heroes. Illegal but necessary. Keeping her head turned to Aizawa, she watched until he stood at her side. His eyes narrowed while he looked at her weapons. Both knew that if they fought it would be a one-sided victory in favor of 2B. Still, he did not move and showed no intention to shy away. Intimidation. Was she intimidated? Of course not. The last time she was, they stole her future. She bit the inside of her cheek, ignoring the pit of her stomach. The two stood in silence, watching the students as the game commenced until Aizawa had spoken. After the sports festival, you two will meet the students. It's been arranged. Their initial meeting had been postponed. The day after the coming back from the USJ, the students had been given a 2-week break. Nezu believed it was to reduce the stress of the students before this pivotal moment in their first year. Possibly it was to make sure the students were at full capacity in the off chance an attack did happen. Very well, she acquiesced to the inevitable intersection this job was taking them. It would at the very least give her a chance to root out possible traitors within the student body. The short answer she gave made it clear that further conversation was not what either wanted. There was no trust between them, no sense of camaraderie. They were clients of Maverick. She was simply just one of the operators. In her thoughts, however, a craving appeared when she looked at the fierce smiles of competition on the students' faces. A want to be on that field devoid of death. Dot, dot, dot. The noise of the televised event came through the speakers in lowered volume. Those who watched did not exclaim in excitement. They only watched with an analytical gaze. Shrouded in darkness, the two large figures stood side by side, one noticeably larger than the other, but the air of authority was in equilibrium. I see why the Nomu ran into some unexpected variables. It had been the larger man who spoke first, his body leaning forward allowing the light to catch his features. The top half of the face was a distorted mass of flesh. His eyes, ears, nose missing, but he remained just as capable as any other human. Students proved more formidable than the man had expected. His head turned, behind him dozens of tubes lined in neat rows. Masked doctors and technicians toyed with the bodies suspended in liquid. Wires and pumps pushed electricity and substances like clockwork. The test trial was successful. I hope you will improve its mishaps. The disfigured man looked to his right. However, now UA has brought in outside help. It won't take long until they figure out who was behind its construction. We can push that blame on your successor. The second figure shot back calmly. He saw Tamura Shigaraki as a wild beast. He knew how to deal with those, but his partner did not agree with his methods. Had the information he secured been reliable, had he not let his arrogance override logic, I doubt this conversation would be happening. Yes, but his failures humor me. Failures lead to death. The disfigured man gave a small chuckle. Until he paused the television. If only that were entirely true. The TV screen had stopped on a blurred scene. An unintentional still frame of the arena's tunnel. A glimpse of white hair. The second figure said nothing as he stared. I assume your so-called patriots have already made contact. Your promise of my body's restoration hinges on their success. The second figure did not respond. Beneath the earth, far from any law, far from mercy. The room was the epitome of clinical precision. Chrome-tiled floors, silent consoles, temperature regulated to the 10th of a degree. No shouting, no urgency, only the rhythm of machines doing what they commanded them to. Build weapons. Of the many cylindrical vats, lit only from below with a sterile light. Did he focus on one? Suspended in a luminescent green solution, a girl floated. No older than 2 years of age. Small limbs remaining slack, not lifeless. Hair, white as snow, floated and fanned like strands of silk. A protrusion. A single horn curled gently from the right side of her forehead. A biological mutation. A gift. A curse. Skin unblemished from wrinkles. From any marks. Untouched by time. Except one. From the base of her nape to the end of her spine. A single large scar. Surgical. Deep. Dozens of wires and tubes pierced her body with practiced precision, each a lifeline. Each a leash. It fed her, monitored her, kept her tethered. All like clockwork. A low hiss of pressurized gas filled the room as the vat's platform lowered from its elevated position. Slowly, gently, until it came to a rest. The low hum of light only gave view to the man's uniform. Decorated with medals, of honor, of pain, hands folded behind his back. Composed and control. A flicker of movement in her fingers. Her mouth, too small to form words, stirred slightly. No sound escaped but the fluid shifted. Monitors lighting up. Neural activity spike 34%. Subcortical emotional response, active. Unsurprising. Unlike her siblings, she was no mindless abomination. These, Nomu, were good for brute force. This one, was different. You've begun to resemble them. He spoke hushed and to no one in particular. No disdain or pride. The child could not hear him. Nor could he, her. He watched her drift, suspended, unaware that she was but another one of his many pawns. Like those before her and those after her, Their purpose was written into their DNA, carved into her bones. He raised a gloved hand, placing it flat against the tempered glass. How long until she can be fielded? The technicians behind him stood. Backs straight but their heads bowed. None spoke. Except one. An older man, much shorter than the rest. He didn't bow. His posture lacked the reverence of the others. His wild eyes were hidden behind dark-tinted goggles, and a grayed mustache twitched over a grin that was impossible to misread. Crazed joy. Pride in the product. A craftsman admiring his masterpiece. The body is viable, he said, matter-of-factly. Neural development is ahead of curve. 78% as of this cycle. He stepped closer, one hand gesturing idly toward the child. She's an anomaly. Most quirks don't manifest this early. But hers, instinctual triggers activate it naturally. Remote integration is already operational. No signs of rejection a euro, biological or artificial. A pause. The man cocked his head. Still smiling. Solidus's voice, low and unblinking. The man quirked an eyebrow. How long? His initial question was still unanswered. With accelerated aging, it would be a matter of hours. The technician rubbed his hands, moving to one of the many control panels. Ready to type in the command. To pump more growth hormones into the child's feeble body. Of course there is a risk. He gestured to the mangled forms of the nomus beside the girl. Limbs being where they shouldn't. Eyes where no skull should bear them. Deformities that made them nearly inoperable past basic commands. All prototypes. All failures. As you can see. With a twitching smirk. The body does not always cooperate. A moment of silence. Then, measured and calm, the man spoke. No. Proceed as normal. Technician flinching. Momentary disappointment. Then he nodded. The man took his hand off the glass slowly. Waiting. That's all they could do. A buzz with idle conversation. Minds unable to forget the absolute spectacle that was the sports festival. The explosive momentum. Adrenaline-pumping fights. Exhaustive events. More so than all of this was a burning curiosity searing their nerve endings. Only amplified by their feelings of the previous days. As soon as they stepped into their classroom hoping to hear words of endless praise from students in their year and from their stoic homeroom teacher, they were instead gathered here. Past the constructed mock cities. An even more isolated training area. Its gray walls undecorated. Nothing standing on the concrete floors. The exterior was just as bland. Concrete and steel. They stood in a large cluster, waiting for anyone to explain the reason for why they were here. Aizawa stood nearby, completely silent. So did Nezu, an unreadable expression on his face. Paws folded neatly behind his back. What do you guys think is happening? The voice came from the back of the cluster. Kirishima with his arms crossed behind his head. Eyes scanning the room, trying to ease the tension of his class. Maybe it's another joint training drill. Shoji offered an explanation. Two of his forearms pressed against his hips, while the other two remained slack by his side. It would make sense after the sports festival. They might want to see us more in teams like the cavalry battle. We're not in the gym, dumbass. Katsuki clicked his tongue. This isn't even our training ground. He glanced at the only door entering the building. Foot tapping in restless irritation. Still think it might be training, Kaminari shrugged. Just creepier than usual. His attempt at a grin didn't convince anyone. We should be seeing what the pros thought of us. Izumi crossed her arms tightly. Her voice wasn't loud, but it still cut through like a razor. Instead, we're waiting here like we're in trouble. Speak for yourself, Jiro muttered, half under her breath. Yeah, it's not like they dragged just you out here, Mina added, her tone sharp. Izumi shot them both a sideways glare but didn't respond. She didn't have to. Katsumi's scoff filled the silence. If it were up to me, half of you wouldn't have made it to round 2. Isn't that right, round face? Katsumi cracked an explosion in her hand. Ruby red eyes focusing on Uraraka. The girl still slightly injured yet brave as she did not flinch back. I got there without stepping on anyone to do it. Uraraka spoke with a steady, low voice. TCH, whatever, loser. A few students murmured under their breath. No one stepped in to ease the growing tension. Iida silent. Yaoyorozu unsure as to where she could step in. Kaminari refusing to attempt to joke and Kirishima unable to mediate. Tokiyami shook his head, dark shadow beside him. The mood of the room thickened. Then, a mechanical hiss, the entrance door opening with a thick click, pressure releasing from the magnetic seals. Aizawa's voice cut through the tension. Low and firm. Pay attention. Even Nezu stood straighter. The class had no option but to follow by example. It was distinct. The sound, metal, tapping softly at first. Too heavy for boots, too sharp for a simple object. Each step hit the concrete like a warning, echoing through the space with unnatural clarity. An almost suffocating pressure accompanied it. A presence that did not belong in a room of students or heroes. Their ability to perceive danger was still unrefined. One villain attack did not equate to years in active hero duty. To daily encounters with only the worst in society. Call it animalistic, but a sense of danger becomes universal. They could feel it. The hair on their arms stand on end, skin crawl with goosebumps. Adrenaline flooding their nervous system. Their eyes turned slowly toward the source. A silhouette, then two, stepping towards them, or in front of them. They could not discern where their intentions lay entirely. Some tensed. Had they been soldiers, they would have flunked the first examination. They lost their nerves, but could not move. Raiden was the first they saw. Quirks changing someone's appearance was nothing out of the ordinary. Take a glance at half the people in Class 1A for example. But even this felt off. Barely any semblance of skin. His sleek slender frame decorated with black plating. Angular and sharp, joints moving with a subtle hiss of micro-hydraulics. Hair a deathly pale white. A single eye obscured by a black-looking cloth. This was artificial. No, even beyond that, what unnerved them more was the sword sheath on his hip. A low hum filling their ears. Like it couldn't sit still any longer. Then the second one. 2B. She carried the grace that the first lacked. Her short bobbed hair lacked the initial intimidation of Raiden. But the way she moved, smooth without wasted movement, made up for it. She wore her usual combat outfit. Her usual dress fitted with a thin layer of armor. Its color scheme fit the same one that a funeral would. Black onto white. Had they not been intimidated, the boys would have been awestruck by her beauty. Momo Yaoyorozu looked like she could have been a model. The woman in front of them in comparison was a league even above her. For lack of a better word, in comparison to her partner she was as human as you could possibly get. The technological marvel that was her swords had gotten the class's full attention. They hovered behind her, just inches away from touching her back. Her swords matched her appearance. Charming. Black handles with white wrappings. Long slick blades that caught the light and glimmered with a careful sheen of silver. Polished with nothing but the most extreme care. Her features were clearer than the man beside her. And when they took a spot near Nezu did they fully get a good look at them. They were obviously not heroes. Not by any stretch of the imagination. There was no possible way they wouldn't have known if they were. As the more perceptive of the class noticed, they bore no insignia. Seemingly they were an outside party with no known allegiance to a hero agency or even the hero association. Ahem, if I may. Nezu's voice was the only thing that was able to shift their attention. He only continued once all eyes were on him. I would like to congratulate you on your performance. It's always a sight to behold when our students improve over themselves. Now however, we must address, as you are painfully aware, UA and specifically Class 1A has been targeted by some rather unsavory individuals. What occurred within the USJ facility was both unprecedented and a failure on our parts as educators. We now know that these villains were not working alone in their attack. Therefore we have taken the liberty hiring some members of the Maverick Security Consulting Company, Raiden and 2B. They'll make sure to. They're just mercenaries. Cutting off the principal, Shoto broke the silence of his classmates. Dress it up however you want, but a simple security consultant wouldn't be carrying around weapons like that. That familiar sense of unease erupted within the room once again. Nezu trying to find the words to not necessarily refute but change the perspective. But this all failed in reaching Raiden. He had seen their pictures. Nothing out of the ordinary, but the thin line between paper and reality was enough. Like a flash, like placing a fresh steak on a heated pan. A son of endeavor, an unbearable heat searing flesh. The smell, putrid. Pus-filled boils on the back of his hands. Peeling them slowly, slime coating his fingertips, the crackling layer of scab that came off like a tree's bark. Hours he spent staring at it. Laughing, crying, not the only one, ribs breaking, freezing, bruises. Someone said something, he didn't catch it. Too many voices in his head. Too many, way too many. His left thumb pressed against the only thing real, the guard of his blade. Pushing it with enough strength, the blade began to unsheath. A pulsing red blade crackling to life. His right hand moving across his body and grabbing hold. Before he blinked, the sword clicking back into place. He knew them. At least some part of him knew. Not from the files. Not from Maverick's briefings. Not even from the sports festival. Something else. His left eye twitched. Faces still obscured. Names forgotten. Except for one. Deku. Not knowing what it meant. Raiden had an obvious tell. Playing poker would not do the man any justice. He'd get that look in his eye. Start scanning the room. Searching for a way out. For a way to fight. She could tell. What can these fuckers do that we can't? A loud voice had brought him completely out from the recesses of his mind. To be like he expected had closed the distance between them. Not by much but enough to almost be standing shoulder to shoulder. We handled ourselves fine against those villain bastards. The voices of the Bakugo twins lingered in the air. But no one responded. Raiden's right hand still hovered over his sword before he spoke. His graveled, synthetic voice leaking out. Had they been any more prepared, none of you would be standing here now. Just like gravity. His words were irrefutable, no hint of hesitation or skepticism. Like every word he spoke would have been the reality. It stopped even the most confident from speaking out. Though they rebelled each in various ways. Whether it came from the Todoroki twins narrowing their eyes or Izumi Yagi folding her arms across her chest. It was clear that they did not believe him, or did not want to. Principal Nezu believes our presence is necessary. Your opinion on this matter, whether you think it's correct, in truth has no sway over our directives here. We will keep you safe. TCH. The fuck? Since when did we need babysitters? A murmur, something that did not warrant any sort of response. They wouldn't hold it against them. At least until they gave a reason for the pair to retaliate. Not a single one could imagine the horrors that could happen to them. Not how those villains colluding with the Patriots could warp their mind. Disfigure their body until it resembled nothing of its previous self. What happened to them wouldn't be the last time. To ease the tension or perhaps clear the gloomy atmosphere, Nezu's paws clapped together. With a smile he reached into his coat pocket, pressing a small button as a folded projector screen lowered from the roof. Now that everyone has been introduced, I would like to call to attention your results from the sports festival. The screen lowered and flickered to life with portraits of the students, and beside their faces were numbers. Some barely breaching the tens while others reached thousands. Hopefully, Aizawa has shared the reason why the sports festival not only had to continue on schedule but also the importance of your performance. The numbers you see here is equal to the amount of heroes and/or agencies that have offered you opportunities to train under them. The class clamored in excitement. Izumi stood with a smug smile on her face as she easily topped the rest of her friends and classmates for the most offers. Now the reason these offers matter is because as UA students, until your time of graduation you will be mentored by a multitude of heroes. Some of which may enhance your previous skills or teach you new ones. Now, Nezu shot a glance to his side. Midnight walked forward, papers in her arms as she began passing them out. Take your time and view your offers. In a week we will begin the mentorship program. Now if there are any questions. No one spoke up, it was pretty simple. What became complex was Nezu's follow-up. Any questions for either Raiden or 2B? That's right, they had forgotten the two strangers in the room. Nezu's question brought that surge of curiosity. Who were they really? What did they do? Why weren't they heroes? And more importantly, why did he look like that? They stared, some even opening their mouths. Mina Ashido, Momo Yaoyorozu, even Fumikage Tokiyami. The only one brave enough to ask of the three was Mina. So like, what's up with the swords? Her voice was genuine, far from mocking, but curious and also nervous. Head tilted slightly with a half smile on her face. Raiden cast a glance at 2B, not moving. She responded in his stead. Tools of the trade, voice calm and controlled. 2B looked the girl in the eyes, or that's what the class assumed. We're hired to maintain your security. That comes with its own danger. They protect us as much as they could you. A few students shifted uncomfortably. It was not what she said but how it was said. Whereas Raiden looked non-human, 2B spoke like she wasn't. And that somehow was worse. Not cold, not cruel. Just devoid of that genuine touch. The questions soon died after that, thinking they wouldn't get a real response. Others more worried about Raiden's hand still grasping his sword's handle. A few more words from Nezu and the class was ushered out of the gym area. Assignments already given, questions left behind. It left only Raiden, 2B and Nezu in the building. As per your request, the hero suits of the students are being fit with trackers. The animal spoke softly, looking to the door of the building. Even I don't quite like the invasion of privacy this entails. There are sacrifices to ensure the safety of your students. Hope that they are not needed. Nezu. Maybe the League's true objective is truly the death of All Might, or perhaps they are just trying to gather more materials. Area falling into silence. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.